All right. Good afternoon, everybody. It is Friday, September 16, 2022. This is a regular meeting of the Commissioners of the City of Rehoboth Beach. We are live at City Hall, second floor in the Commissioners' Room. Thank you all for being here. I'd like to call this meeting to order at exactly 2:01 p.m. With that, we're going to start off with the administration of oaths of office to the newly elected commissioners. We'll start off alphabetical order at Commissioner Edward J. Chernowski. Please step forward. Judge Renee Bennett is presiding, and they're going to meet up this way. And we want both of those facing them so that we can, yeah. No.
Just raise your right hand, put your hand on the Bible. I'll hold that. You can put your hand on it. Okay. I, and state your full name,
I, Edward Joseph Chernowski,
do proudly swear
do proudly swear
to carry out
to carry out
the responsibilities
the responsibilities
of the Office of Commissioner
of the Office of Commissioner
of the City of Rehoboth Beach
of the City of Rehoboth Beach
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
freely acknowledging
that the powers
of this office flow from the people
I am privileged to represent.
I further swear always to place the public interest above any special or personal interests, and to represent the right of future generations to share the rich historic and natural heritage of Delaware. In doing so, I will always uphold and defend the constitutions of my country and my state. So help me God. Congratulations.
Thank you.
If you could stand together for a quick photo shoot after he's done, so we can memorialize this for forever.
This was
There
a
you
really
go.
tough election.
Any more photos? All done. Very good. Thank you very much. Ed, you know where you're seating. And with that, Francis G. Markert Jr. and family. Mother Helen and wife Kate Markert.
Funk, how about if you give me a space to be?
So she
Okay, can we do it this way?
That's fine, okay?
Okay.
I, and state your full name,
I, Francis Markert,
do proudly swear
do proudly swear
to carry out the responsibilities
to carry out the responsibilities
of the Office of Commissioner
of the Office of Commissioner
of the City of Rehoboth Beach
of the City of Rehoboth Beach
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
freely acknowledging that the powers of this office
that the powers of this office
flow from the people
flow from the people
I am privileged to represent.
I am privileged to represent.
I further swear
I further swear
always to place
always to place
the public interest
the public interest
above any special
or personal interests,
and to respect the right of future generations to share the rich historic and natural history of Delaware. In doing so, I will always uphold and defend the constitutions of my country and my state. So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Bunky and Ed. Bunky, you have a nameplate to make sure it's vertical.
Yeah, right, okay.
Thank you very much.
I'm
Thank you.
gonna be
Very
vertical.
Will you all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll do roll call. Commissioner Tony Sharp.
Here.
Commissioner Jay Legree.
Here.
Commissioner Ed Chernowski.
Here.
Commissioner Patrick Gossett.
Here.
Commissioner Tim Bennett.
Here.
Commissioner Bunky Markert.
Here.
And Mayor Stan Mills. We have a full complement of the mayor and commissioners, and therefore we have a quorum and are able to formally conduct business today. Glad to see everybody's here. Would additionally like to identify staff members that are here today that contribute to our meeting. City Secretary Ann Womack, Interim City Manager Evan Miller, City Solicitor Glenn Mandalis, Matt Janis, Building and Licensing Supervisor, Chief Keith Banks, Police Chief. I think that's it. I'm glad that everybody's here. With that, I want to thank everybody that's here in person, but additionally, I want to thank those that are watching virtually. For those of you here in person, as you know, the program is we go through the agenda, and at appropriate times, we seek your input. So if you have anything you want to say when called upon, please raise your hand, identify yourself and what your relationship is to the city. Also like to always remind everybody that we have documents. We call them support documents. They are documents that support individual agenda topics. And when they are ready prior to a meeting, they are embedded into the agenda. Go to cityofrehoboth.com. On the right center of the page, you'll find a lime green box with the city portal in there. Click on that and it takes you out of the website into the portal where you search for the calendar in the top right corner and bring up the agenda with the embedded documents in it. I do want to change this. Is there anybody here today from the Presbyterian Church? They're not here yet. Okay, I intend to, at some point when they get here, move their topic up earlier into the agenda so that they can go back to Wilmington. Do you know if they're coming?
I don't know. Let me check. We've sent everything to them.
Well,
The meeting date was today.
we may do it in regular sequence then. And the only other bit of change sequence is new business B, which happens to be the last item, is about the proposed garden proposed by Main Street. And I'd like to bring that up earlier and include that in the Commissioner Liaison Report by Rehoboth Beach Main Street, so they can tackle two birds in one time. With that, we're going to go to election of officers. And the slate I'm nominating is for Vice President, Commissioner Patrick Gossen, who has been serving as Vice President. Secretary, Commissioner Edward Chernowski. Assistant Secretary, again, Ann Womack. And Treasurer, again, Mary Moore. With that, I would like a motion to approve in a second.
So move.
Second.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Jay Legree and a second by Commissioner Tony Sharp to approve the slate as noted. Is there any further discussion? If not, we'll call the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? And that slate is adopted unanimously. Thank you very much. With that, we have a resolution. If Glenn, you would read that resolution so that everybody can understand what it is, then we will conduct a vote to adopt it.
Happily. So this is a resolution of the Mayor and Commissioners of the City of Rehoboth Beach. Be it resolved that the Treasurer of the City of Rehoboth Beach be, and she is hereby authorized to open and maintain a bank account in any bank authorized to do business in the state of Delaware, which has an office within 5 miles of the corporate limits of the City of Rehoboth Beach. And be it further resolved that Stanley A. Mills, Jr., Mayor of the City of Rehoboth Beach and President of the Commissioners of Rehoboth Beach, and J. Patrick Gossett, Vice President of the Commissioners, or either of those two, and Mary Moore, Treasurer of the City of Rehoboth Beach, shall be authorized signatories of any bank account opened by the Treasurer. And be it further resolved that checks, drafts, notes, and other instruments or documents drawn on the city's accounts may bear the facsimile signature of Stanley A. Mills, Jr., Mayor of the City of Rehoboth Beach and President of the Commissioners of Rehoboth Beach, and that facsimile specimens of such signature shall be filed with the banks where the city deposits its funds, to be signed by the Secretary.
Thank you. With that, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
I move approval of the resolution as stated.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ed Chernowski and a second by Commissioner Tim Bennett to adopt the resolution before us, which relates to the opening of bank accounts. Are there any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? And the resolution is adopted unanimously. Thank you very much. With that, in the agenda, the next it says correspondence. We have 11 pieces of correspondence, 12 pieces of correspondence that was recently amended to add the 12th one. There is additional correspondence that came in after that. We embed correspondence in the agenda whenever it's received an appropriate time before the meeting. Obviously, if we receive it an hour before the meeting, it's way too late to be able to embed it. So there are some others, and we will reference all the correspondence during each topic. With that, we're going to go to the next item is approval of minutes, and there are no minutes to approve at this particular meeting. So we'll move right on to the city manager's report. And you'll see embedded in the agenda is a budget report for July 2022 and a street aid expenditure that we'll consider later.
Thank you, Mayor. There's one street aid expenditure for this month to Delmarva Power in the amount of $18,592.25. This amount is double the normal amount because our check that we had written for Delmarva Power for July was lost by Delmarva Power. So we canceled that check, reissued another one. So again, a check for Delmarva Power in the amount of $18,592.25.
So I will entertain a motion and a second to approve, authorize city manager to pay that bill in that particular amount.
I move approval of a street aid expenditure in the amount of $18,592.25 to Delmarva Power.
Second.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Ed Chernowski and a second by Commissioner Tony Sharp to authorize city manager to pay Delmarva Power in the amount of $18,592.25. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And the street aid expenditures are authorized unanimously. Thank you very much. With that, our next item of business.
I do have a report today.
Oh, would you like to continue?
Sure.
Every month, every month.
Mayor, so as you indicated, there is a budget report in the agenda through July. So the August budget report will be ready by the third week in September. So that'll be available next month. An update on storm cleanup. So as residents clean up from the storm we experienced Tuesday morning, they can leave limbs and other storm debris at the curb for pickup by the city. Limbs should be cut to a maximum length of 4 feet if possible, and smaller debris should be bagged or placed in the brown container provided by the city. Furthermore, tree companies have been notified that work necessary only to clean up, recover from the storms, or the storm this week will be permitted to take place this Saturday as well as next Saturday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. An update on the Norfolk project. Work began this week on the water main replacement on Norfolk Street between Bayard and Scarborough. This work will take several weeks, and then the city's contractor, Adel, will pave this block of Norfolk as well as Scarborough from Lake Drive to Hickman Street. And while work is going on Norfolk Street from 8 to 5, on-street parking will be restricted and the road will be closed to through traffic. As we near the end of the beach season and due to high tides caused by the northeast winds last week, staff has removed city shacks from the beach as well as several of the lifeguard stands. Some of the access mats have also been removed as well. Currently, we have roughly 5 seasonal police cadets working weekends only through October. There are 8 lifeguards working daily through September 25th, and the beach will be unguarded after the 25th. And finally, we have 3 seasonal parking department employees that will remain on after today, 1 to assist the streets department and 2 others to assist with end-of-the-season data entry. An update on Rehoboth Beach Reflections. The city has received 252 submissions from 128 people for the annual Rehoboth Reflections photo competition. Panel will jury the 140 photos that meet competition requirements and select 13 to be featured in the city's 2023 calendar. And winners will be announced around early October, so stay tuned. An update on parking, if you've been on Rehoboth Avenue or downtown at all today, you'll know that free parking has officially returned. A quick update on parking meter revenues as of September 12th, which would be Monday this week. We are currently $1,557,488 over budget for parking meter revenue. More information will be forthcoming in October with the September budget report that I mentioned earlier.
And over budget is a good thing.
That's a good thing, Mayor,
Okay,
yes.
make sure, make sure we understand.
Question, Mayor,
yes.
for the city manager. Do you anticipate us reviewing any capital improvement plans, given that we've got a lot more money than I think anticipated or budgeted for?
So certainly you'll see in the budget report next month some of the updates where we stand in terms of year-to-date. One of the challenges with, I guess, designating excess revenues for new expenditures is because the fiscal year isn't over yet, we don't know which accounts may be over budget, which accounts may be under budget. But certainly I think that is something that we can keep in mind as we move into the new fiscal year, now that we have an understanding of how much additional parking meter revenue we can likely expect. I think we can be mindful of that as we move into the new fiscal year capital improvement plan.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions of city manager up here? Commissioner Sharp?
I've just been wondering about something, and I may have missed it somewhere. Each time we meet, the mayor very kindly acknowledges those who are watching virtually, and I'm wondering how many folks are actually out there watching. And am I seeing that somewhere and I'm just missing it?
So the IT department, I believe, can see how many people are actively viewing meetings. I think really anybody who accesses YouTube and pulls up the live recording can see how many people are actively watching. And then certainly after the fact, a lot of people go back and watch the recording as well. So I think typically YouTube always records how many people have watched or live streamed the meeting. But on a monthly basis, I'm not sure what our average viewership is. But I could look into that.
That'd be great.
Oh, 5 people.
Thank you.
There you go.
That is service. I'd like to acknowledge Joe for that level of
Subject
service.
to change. Any commissioners?
I have
Commissioner
a question.
Tim Bennett?
Thank you, City Manager, for the quick response with the storm. I'm wondering, in the past, we've discussed Nextdoor or some other sort of communication portal to use, which we've avoided, and I'm just wondering if we could revisit that sometime, or you can give us your point of view on that maybe at our next meeting.
So right now, we're certainly encouraging everyone to sign up for Nixle, which is our new Code Red system. So we've replaced Code Red with Nixle. We call it Rehoboth Beacon. And that allows the city to send out text alerts, email alerts, also do phone call messaging as well. Typically, we use phone calls for life-threatening situations. In this case, the storm came so fast, so quick that we defaulted to text message, email alerts just to update residents on sort of what was going on in the city. So we continue to use social media, other website updates, things like that, but we're always looking at ways to continue education and communication. So if Nextdoor is an interest, I can look into seeing what options might be available to us through Nextdoor.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you very much. With that, we'll go to City Solicitor's report. Glenn?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple real quick updates. On the 330 Hospitality Group rezoning litigation, The court has set oral argument in that case. Remember, we filed a motion to dismiss, which it's been all briefed at this point. Now there's oral argument that's going to come on that motion. That date is October 17 at 1:30 in Georgetown. October 17, 1:30 in Georgetown. Then on the Margaret, the Board of Adjustment case, that's the Bellhaven case. I had reported that oral argument was taking place late last month, and we would be in that 90-day window to get a decision from the court. What happened at oral argument is that the attorneys started discussing something we've discussed before about how a comprehensive development plan has the force of law, and the judge had some questions about whether ordinances had ever been struck down based upon an inconsistency with the comprehensive development plan, and he asked the lawyers to provide some additional briefing on that topic. So I think he gave them 45 days to do that. Then he'll be back to making a decision in that 90-day window. So a little bit extended more than I had reported last time. And that's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. With that, we'll move to the departmental reports. They're taken care of because the two reports are embedded in the agenda. We do have, however, the police department here. Chief, is there any questions for the chief?
Actually, if we can back up a moment for the Building and Licensing Department. I see they're also
Building
here.
and licensing, okay.
Curious, in reviewing the report, it's issued for August 1 through 31. I note here, if I'm reading this correctly, that there have been let me find it a second here.
Where are you?
Residential demolitions were at 4. I know we have a prohibition on demolitions, so I'm just curious, were these permits issued now in anticipation of upcoming, or why are reflecting demolitions permits issued in August?
Thank you, Commissioner. So you can technically apply prior to capture the 30-day window for the advertising. We've set a date, basically, as you know, is September 16th, that you can begin demolition. We have brought the practice in to allow them to apply preemptively so that 30-day clock can extend, or can expel before, prior to the 16th, correct?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Matt, the report was revised, and I previously looked at the report that was provided. What changed in the revised report?
I believe there was some misinformation on that and some information that wasn't necessarily provided. I think it was just a corrected report to remove links and things like that.
Okay.
So if you printed out the report earlier, it was been resubmitted today, I believe, an amended agenda, so you need to go back and take a look at the amended agenda.
Correct.
To have the correct information.
Yeah, the error, or not error, but it was just there was no year-to-date. The year-to-date figures matched the monthly figures, so there was no reflection of year-to-date. So that was corrected.
It's an organic report that we're looking at making some corrections and changes to. So you might see something different in the future, but it will still be as much information as we can provide to you.
Excellent. Thank you.
That would be appreciated.
You're quite welcome.
Thank you very much. With that, if there's no further questions, building and licensing or the police, we'll move on to the board and commission reports. There is no Board of Adjustment report this month because the chair that is in charge of that resigned, so there's another opening membership opportunity there. We do have embedded in the agenda a report from the Parks and Shade Tree Commission, the report issued by then-chair Bunky Markert. So he's certainly got out of having to do that into the future by getting elected. With that, there's also a Planning Commission report submitted by Chair Mike Bryan. Let me see something. I'd just like to share with you, while we're in the Planning Commission report stage, my report on the Planning Commission. That has to do just reminding us of the tasks this commission passed on to the Planning Commission. As a review, there were 4 things passed on to the Planning Commission from this commission. One of them, the first one was to review 236-30 where site plans required. The second task passed on to the Planning Commission was to look at an introductory discussion on how to act on the CDP action item K, add the category of oceanfront commercial buildings to those for which site plan review is required. And that marries into a review of 236-30, so that's perfect. The third task issued to the Planning Commission is to discuss a request on behalf of applicant to rezone the property at 20663 Coastal Highway from C3 zoning classification to C1 and come back with a recommendation to the commissioners. And the fourth task that we gave to them was to take a look at 270-35 in the zoning code, minimum parking spaces required, exceptions having to do with the number of parking spaces required for uses and exclusion of a category for all other uses. So those are on the docket, or they're in their hands, and we expect there's different timeframes with them, Commissioner Sharp, but they expect that we will have responses to all those in December, hopefully. So that we're
Who I was going to
pushing them
ask.
on.
Thank you.
There you go. Trying to anticipate here. Keep things moving on. Very good. Well, with that, we'll move on to committee reports. We have embedded in the agenda the Boardwalk and Beach Committee report. Commissioner Jay Legree is the chair. Does that report suffice, or do you need? You're good with that? So we'll take a look at his report. He has a nice written up report there. And with that, leads us next to our liaison reports. Commissioners are assigned to be liaison to the four groups noted here. The Chamber of Commerce was Commissioner Susan Gay. I intend to take over that position, but in the meantime, Carol submitted her report, and again, that's embedded in the agenda. Let me bring it up real quick. You can see that embedded in the agenda, the Chamber of Commerce gives an activity night that has downtown Rehoboth occupancy compared to outside, comparisons of year-to-year comparisons here, and so the best thing would be for you to take a look at that. One thing I would like to point out is that the Chamber takes care of our kiosk. Let's see, the Visitation Memorial Day to Labor is just under 2,400 members. The top frequently asked questions at the Visitor Center. This is the Visitor Center at Delaware Avenue restrooms, the kiosk there. The top FACs were, where is the canal boat dock? Where can we find accommodations? What are rental referrals? This is the Visitor Center. This is up by the museum. Nobody corrected me. Goodness gracious. Asking about restaurants, directions, playground locations, and programs. Now, up above that is the Boardwalk kiosk. And here are the frequently asked questions. Where can I find parking, or what is the parking program? What are the restrooms and changing stations? Which is a perfect place to be asking that question, because they just point right behind them to the new family restrooms and changing stations. Where's the lost and found, bus stops, what about bicycles and boards, dogs on the boardwalk, and umbrella and chair rentals? Carol did pass on something to pass on to the city manager, that there apparently are no signs at the Delaware Avenue Visitor Center there, information kiosks stating where the restrooms are or the changing rooms. So they have to do it all verbally all the time. So maybe we'll take a look into that. With that, I have passed on what Carol passed on to me. We'll go to the liaison report for the Historical Society. Rehoboth Beach Historical Society liaison is Commissioner Jay Legree.
Well, I want to say that the beach ball, which we had last weekend, was a success. They came very close to the goal, and everybody's happy, so that's great. Mark your calendars for August 5th, 2023. It's right around the corner, and all of us will go to the beach ball. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. With that, we'll move on to Rehoboth Beach Main Street. Commissioner Ed Stranowski is the liaison.
Thank you. We've got Dan Slagle, Greer Manival, and Dick Byrne here representing him. And while they're walking up, I just want to publicly congratulate Main Street. Last week, they had a celebration of businesses and the longevity of being downtown, and they did a great job, and thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Slow, Executive Director of Rehoboth Beach Main Street, and thank you, Edward. It was a wonderful event. I just wanted to start off saying I've been visiting a lot of the businesses downtown, and a lot of them had a really good summer. You know, a lot of them compared to 2019 actually beat those numbers. And what I'm hearing from everyone, they had a wonderful summer, and I'm very proud to let everyone know that. I didn't get to every single place, but that's what I've been hearing. Also, I want to talk about some of our successes this past summer. We had the Cottage and Town Awards. It was held at the Belmore Hotel, their outdoor gardens. It was absolutely beautiful. There was over 40 people in attendance. Susie Martin, she is the Vice President of Rehoboth Main Street. She kickstarted the program and has been in charge for the last couple of years. And I wanted to tell you a little bit about the Cottage and Town Awards, why it's dear to my heart. It is a program recognizing residential and commercial property owners. It's important to recognize the residents in our town and also our commercial property owners who contribute to the charm, the beauty, and the ambiance of Rehoboth Beach through preservation, restoration, renovation, and new construction, and landscaping. The aim is to celebrate and thank those who make a significant contribution to our community. So I think the Cottage and Town Awards is very important, and I'm really proud. So another celebration, we had the 25, 50, and 75 plus, again with the members celebrating. We had over 90 businesses in downtown that have celebrated more than 25 years. Cindy Lovett and her team of RBMS volunteers was the driving force behind the event, and she put a lot of hard work into it. So kudos to her and her team. RBS is here to promote. I have posters. It's a show and tell. So the Sea Witch is coming up, the big event. We want to help the Chamber of Commerce promote that and support it. So I wanted to let you know Sea Witch is around the corner. So really excited about that. Also, we have a fashion show. RBMS is putting on its first annual fashion show, and this is a poster for that. So that is going to be on November 13th. Tickets are on sale now through Eventbrite. We are proud to say that a portion of the ticket sales will go towards the Harry K Foundation. So we're really pleased to help out that foundation. Oh, and what we love about On the Avenue, this is what the fashion show is called, is that we are helping support over 20 businesses downtown. So this is a huge event, and we feel it's going to be really proud. We're really successful, and I'm going to let you talk about that right there. And also upcoming events for us, we also have the Holiday Stroll. It's going to be like the Cocoa Crawl, but it's going to be called the Holiday Stroll. It's on Saturday, December 10th. Also, again, this year is our Community Unity Dinner, which will be on Sunday, December 4th, starting 4 to 7:30. One of the last things I want to mention is that RBMS is looking into opportunities to assist the city for the 2023 fireworks. So I wanted to also bring that up. And I'm going to turn this over to Greer.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the things that RBMS tries to do is to help build what other people are doing and add to it. The museum does a beautiful job with guided tours. They're basically centered around 1960 forward. And what Main Street has done is to look at from the creation of Rehoboth and created a mobile tour, which you pick up on your telephone, and you can use it any time of the day for that. And you'll start to see a number of posters that are going to be around the city about signing up for this. It's a very reasonable $10 amount on it. And it follows through, like I said, talking about from the formation of Rehoboth to up into the 50s and 50s, and then the Rehoboth Museum takes over the last part of it. One of the things that we try to do is, if anybody gets in touch with us and they want a self-guided, we try to encourage them, if they want a guided tour, to go reach out to the library, and that might be the best way for them to handle that. But this is all via your phone, and I think it's going to be a great asset to get the information out about the city and things going on. The last thing that I wanted to mention today was that last year we had our first annual Wreaths Across America at the cemetery right behind us, and that we're looking to have this happen Saturday, December 17th. We're already planning ahead into the year, and then it will be on a Saturday. 17th is on a Saturday at noon, and please come out and join us, because it's a wonderful, wonderful event to honor veterans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Greer. Thank you, Dan.
Any questions? Anyone have any questions for us?
Anybody?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to introduce the next topic, Dick, if you don't mind. This is item 17B that we've moved ahead, the link with the liaison report, and it says request by Rehoboth in Bloom to install new gardens on city land at the Museum abutting Rehoboth Avenue. Perhaps, if you don't mind, introduce yourself, but start off with what is Rehoboth Bloom?
Yeah, thank you,
and
Mayor.
and then go from there. Thank you, Dick.
Pleasure to be here. Great to see commissioners and staff and the public. And let me just congratulate the newly sworn-in commissioners. Really great. And congratulations to outgoing Commissioner Gay for her years of good work.
Absolutely.
I had the opportunity to sit next to her for a number of years, and we benefited each other's work. Also, congratulations to the staff for the quick response this week. And I'm saying that as a resident and a neighbor to you all. I was very impressed with what happened on Tuesday after we were all concerned about what happened on early Tuesday. I am not Cindy Lovett. Cindy Lovett is the volunteer head of Rehoboth and Bloom, but since January, I went on the board of directors for Main Street for several years since the beginning. I've been very active with Rehoboth and Bloom, and I'm on their management team. So I'm filling in for Cindy, who is off with West Point veterans and graduates and doing a big weekend thing up in New Jersey. So she's having a lot of fun, and I get to do the report here and also have fun and be with all of you. Rehoboth and Bloom is the volunteer group that comes under Main Street that is responsible for about 100 planters across our city. And we are working with about 70 volunteers, 100% volunteer supported. And so I hope you've enjoyed the many planters that are on our business streets. They're all in the beach block of Wilmington, Rehoboth, and Baltimore. And this program has been growing. I think this is our 5th season now. And every year we have added additional planters, additional businesses who would love to have a planter in front of them, and additional volunteers. And so I hope that helps, Mayor. What I specifically want to talk about today is a program that will put some beautiful gardens on the south side of our city-owned museum. In other words, right on the north side of Rehoboth Avenue. And so if you look at this slide, you can kind of picture that area. I'm going to get into some specifics on this, but this is really a good news report. This discussion started last February when Cindy Lovett had her regular meeting with former city manager Sharon Lynn and with Liz Lingo. They meet several times a year to talk about and update Rehoboth and Bloom. And Cindy and our Rehoboth and Bloom management team had this idea that we could take what is now just mowed grass. The city is mowing that grass every week. We do have an irrigation system in it, but it doesn't add much beauty to kind of the main gateway into our city. And so we thought, gee, we could put a garden in there and we could maintain a garden. And so Cindy sat last September 17th with then manager Sharon Lynn and arborist Liz Lingo, brought up this idea. They talked it through, and I'll go to the next slide. Do I do that, or Ann, do you do that? Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Great to see you and have the opportunity to work with Ann Womack again. So what came out of that discussion was that Sharon and Liz gave the go-ahead to Rehoboth and Bloom to pursue this project, given a number of conditions and caveats. And so these are the requirements that were agreed to in that meeting last February. That no grass would remain, so the city would have no responsibility for continuing to mow that on a regular basis. Liz Lingo will be the final approval, the watchful eye over all of this, and that nothing will get done or planted without Liz's approval. The historic grinding stone and the related plaque that many of you, I'm sure, have seen will remain in place, remain there. We certainly respect that historical marker in our city. The other agreements were that there'd be no expectation of any financial support from the city. There would be no expectation of any labor support from the city. In other words, move ahead on this if, and only if, Rehoboth and Bloom can raise all of the money, can promise that there will be volunteers to manage this year-round, and that nothing happens until Liz Lingo approves it. And so that's what's been going on since this February meeting. So Bloom has now established a team. We work in small teams all over the city every Tuesday to take care of the planters and plants. And we now have a volunteer team in place that when we have a garden there, they will be ready to move into action year-round on a weekly basis and maintain that area. Irrigation is already there, and that's often one of the most expensive endeavors for putting in a garden. Summer annuals will be a large part of the color, and that will welcome visitors and residents in and out of the city. Rehoboth and Bloom has agreed that there will be no plants that will block any windows in the museum. There are very few windows on the Rehoboth Avenue side. They are over to on the far east, and they are high, so there will be no plants that will block those couple of windows. And we're not talking about a garden that'll have a lot of height anyway. The whole point is that it'll have a lot of color, that it'll be beautiful to look at, that it will add to the ambiance of that area of our city. We are working with some master gardeners from the Lewis in Bloom program, which has been nationally recognized and has received certification and awards over the years, and they're led by Mr. Warren Gold out of Lewis, and so he's been providing a lot of advice to us and working with Liz and with Cindy and our management team. And at the point that this got written up after the February meeting, we had a couple of leads on funding, and about 2 months ago, a couple of those were kind of falling through. Cindy said in a management team one morning, we really need to get the funding because we're now into July, and we haven't secured funding yet, and if we want to begin to do something in November, the dollars have to be there. So I took that on and went to a couple of likely sources in town and struck out first, got a maybe and happened to have crossed paths at a different meeting with our good friend Senator Ernie Lopez. Of course, I talked with Ernie about this as well as I was talking with everyone. Ernie said right away, give me a proposal. Well, I went home that day, pulled all of our notes and things together, shot it off to the senator. And, you know, each of the state legislators, as we know, control CTF dollars. Community Transportation Fund is what it stands for. Those are dollars that are designated and can only be used for community enhancement, community beautification projects. And so those dollars cannot go to other kinds of things. And the good senator said, gee, that sounds like it may fit perfectly well into what these dollars need to be spent on. Give me a proposal, and we will go from there. The good news is that then he moved it through the committees and the hoops, and Evan knows about all of these hoops, and came back within a week and said, you've been approved by the Department of Transportation, by the people in the state Senate that have to overview this, and that money will be there for the city of Rehoboth as soon as you are ready for it. It's June 30th money out of this year, and so the money needs to be targeted to projects. This is not money that would have gone to any other priority in the city. This is not taking away from anything else that the city wants to do with its budget, because it is exterior money, outside money, designated for these kinds of programs. So we have confirmation now at this point of $17,000. We think that that should be plenty to cover what we want to do. And you could move to the next slide, please. And this is a rough graphic that Liz Lingo and Cindy and this volunteer team put together early on to take these two sections of garden and say that some of the existing plants will be moved. There's a couple of existing plants that Liz has advised are not good plants to have there. And Liz, good to see you here. I just saw you. I'm not sure when you came in. So you correct me, keep me on target, please, because we count on your expertise here. We are adding 1 or 2 benches there to make it an inviting kind of an area for folks that are strolling through that. The theme along the canal with the rocks and so on will continue into this garden, so it'll look like it fits well in that part of the city with what's already going on along the canal side dock area and so on.
Dick, can I just orient ourselves real quick here?
Yeah.
The museum building is right here,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Here's the parking lot for the museum.
Right.
There's a concrete sidewalk existing going through here that leads to the back canal edge over here.
Correct.
And this is Rehoboth Avenue,
Yes.
just so we're oriented there.
Okay, good, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, so that's very helpful. So this is specific and general at the same time. It's a guide for what's going to happen. Again, Liz will have final approval on this, so that it will work well. And then, again, you know, we're getting good guidance also from master gardeners. So the next slide, please. And okay, yeah. So that just shows that some of the existing things that are already there will stay. The 2 sets of pilings, you know, along with beach grasses will be preserved. They're already there. They fit in well. They're plants that make good sense according to Liz and others with the expertise. Some things that are there will be moved out because they don't fit well and they're not the kinds of plants that will go well there. We can go to the next one. And if anyone can read that, you know, I'll give you $5 or more. But that is a list of the kinds of plants, just to show you that a lot of thought has already gone into this project. And these are the kinds of things that the senator and so on wanted to see, that a lot of thought had already gone into this. And next slide, please. Yeah, and so again, this just shows now, on this side, we're looking at where the green grass is. And those are the areas that then will become the garden. And we've already dubbed it the Canal Side Garden, I think appropriate. I'm not sure that would have any other name than the Canal Side Garden. So we are at a point where through Main Street and Rehoboth and Bloom, every cost will be covered. There'll be no cost to the city. The mowing will go away as was requested. Volunteers will maintain this garden year-round. And the timeline is that we hope in November that the grass will be removed, and it's my understanding that it is very poor soil, so about 6 to 8 inches of soil, Liz, may have to be removed and replaced. There's a real labor expense in that, because there's also then the care and attention to the existing irrigation system, that you want to disrupt that or break that or anything. So that can happen this November, in just a couple of months. We think that a couple of trees, perhaps some shrubs can be planted. Again, weather dependent. Mulch will be spread in November. Some boulders will be brought in that'll be a part of the aesthetics of this garden, and some river rocks to continue that theme around from the dock. And then it'll sit until spring, when bushes, perennials, and annuals will be planted to complete the garden. I met with interim city manager Evan a couple of weeks ago to go over some of these details once the money was approved. And it looks like we should be able to be very effective and efficient in terms of the money can come from the state into the city. Main Street, and I have assurances from Dan Slagle, can cover the cost, in other words, pay the invoices, and then go to the city for reimbursement. So I think we would only have to do that twice, which makes it very easy on accounting then in the city. We could get one check from the city this fall after that work is complete, and then again next spring. And that would make the book work, I think, and wouldn't give a lot of work to the city to do. So with that, Mayor, Commissioners.
Very good.
That's my report.
Thank you, Dick. Beautiful project, good explanation, appreciate it. Especially a good project when somebody else pays for it and maintains it. Now, I thought, or maybe assumed, that the purpose of this event was, presentation today, was to get the commissioners' buy-in and an okay on this. But what is your take on this has already been approved by the city manager, so this is more informational?
So prior to my time here, when Sharon, I guess, initially reviewed this concept, there was not a planting plan. So now that there is a planting plan, I had requested that this be brought before the commissioners for your awareness. We do have a agreement from the Legislative Projects Office with the state. I have held off on executing that agreement until the opportunity was provided to you to be aware of the plan and provide any comments that you might have.
I'm fine with it. I think it'd be a nice addition to the grass, displacing the grass. I'm very interested in the height of what grows there, so that you start getting grasses 6, 8 feet tall. Maybe that's too tall, but perhaps Ed, as chair of the Environment Committee, how far you all have been talking about pollinator gardens? Is there something that could be done specific to this garden to achieve that?
I did ask that question of Rehoboth and Bloom, and it is just too close to Rehoboth Avenue that any aspect of it being a pollinator garden.
Explain pollinator garden.
A pollinator garden is something that would attract some of the butterflies and other pollinators that are very important for a community to have.
Right. And so, every garden has some aspect of pollination going on. So there's not an exact definition of a pollinator garden, but it certainly is one that, really works mostly to do pollination. But the advice that we've received, and Liz, please comment if you have a different comment, is that, one, it's relatively small. The location, like Commissioner Szyrzanowski said, is not good for a pollinator garden. It's right by the street, and so the plants and things that go in there have to be ones that not only survive, but thrive and look very attractive in the situation that they're in, between a building and a street, a lot of heat in there, a lot of movement, exhaust, and so on. And so it's not ideal for a pollinator garden.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions among the commissioners? Commissioner Jay Legree?
In these days of increasing rainfall and stormwater management, I wish we could have talked about harvesting the water off of that building and making a rain garden there. You could have had a lot of the same plants, and we could have used the runoff and maybe forego the need for irrigation, or at least need for irrigation all the time. I think that would have been a wonderful opportunity and a showpiece for the city. Thanks, Dick.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I've been mindful of the old city hall. We had a rain garden installed there that used rain barrels and swales to collect water and distribute it. And it was very successful, so it was sad for that to disappear, obviously. And ever since, I've been trying to think of where could we do another demonstration area like that?
That flat roof would really lend itself to rainwater harvesting.
But again, I
Looks
think
good.
you're very
What you
far.
got looks good.
Yeah, we're very far along in this, so fine. Commissioner Sharp?
I just, I think this is great. Very, very well done. I have a question, and I think it's more for building and licensing. I am a big proponent of reusing as many things as you possibly can. And this shows that the rocks are going to be reused and repositioned. I'm just curious if with our commitment to green infrastructure, with any project, I thought, that happened on city property, I'm curious if those rocks would be considered pervious or impervious. I'm guessing they're going to be. Well, I'll let you say.
Excellent question, Commissioner, and thank you for asking. According to our code right now, the only thing that doesn't count as coverage is grass, plants, or natural mulch. Everything across the board then is considered a portion of coverage. Pebbles, stone driveways, things like that. There is no differentiation in our code currently for pervious or impervious. I believe there is flavor to get something like that in our code, but it's all up to you to put that in there.
Well, and thank you very much, because I think this is another example for us that I personally am a big fan that water goes around rocks and into the ground. And once again, I will say at every single meeting, much to Commissioner Jay Legree's consternation, that as the Stormwater Group comes forward with their incentives, this is really a good example that if our code does not really allow this at the moment for pervious, it's a very good thing for us to, at a minimum, look at and talk about. But I thank you for this. It looks great.
Well, I'm hearing a little different question being answered. Initially, I'm hearing, I think, a response to, are the stones natural? Because we've got natural requirements, right? But I heard your question as, is it permeable, meaning does water percolate through it? And I would say those big stones, it absolutely percolates through it.
Mr. Mayor, I would agree with you. However, that's not how our code's written.
That's not the code.
Right.
It doesn't matter for this instance, but
No.
if this same project was on private property, it would count as if it was a piece of concrete,
And Edward, I thank you for that, because that's the reason I keep bringing it up, and Matt knows this, that it doesn't make any sense necessarily, unless convinced otherwise, that this would not be allowed on private property as well. Because I think it looks great, I think it's going to work great, it's the right thing to do, why not? So.
Yeah, and thank you, Commissioner. And certainly, there'll be great sensitivity to not create any runoff from this garden, but that everything will percolate through. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any other commissioner comments before I go to the public?
The only comment I wanted to
Commissioner
make.
Markert?
Yeah, with regard to the Green Infrastructure Committee, I think it would be something that we would like to have input with. I wouldn't see it as being any kind of supervision, but I think we'd like to be involved to the extent that we can in the project.
So they're offering to help. You reach out to them, connect. Thank you. With that, we'll go to the members of the public. Would anybody here like to?
I have one thing.
Whoa, we'll go to Tim Bennett first.
I agree with everyone that I think this is a great addition and great design. I often see people, though, cutting across, even though you're not supposed to. So I'm just wondering if we can just make it lush enough so people aren't going to feel they can bring their bikes across there or walk across it. But other than that, I think it's great. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you.
Thanks.
Also, I think this plan will look great when it's finished and paid for by someone else is always a good thing, as was mentioned before. But I will concur with Commissioner Markert is that I would think of protocol or whatever, just trying to communicate that have this discussed with the Trees and Green Infrastructure Committee to know what's going on so that perhaps this could be done in a more focused way, I guess is not the right term. Really, but I look back and we have done the Garden of the Navigators, we've done the Lake Avenue Phase 2 project, we've done the Triangle down at State Road, all kind of as one-off projects. So I think if we were to look at this as, we've discussed this before a long time ago, a parks management plan, we're still struggling with trying to get a lakes management plan together, but to look at a parks management plan for the city so that we can invest money and go after grants for this. I believe it's part of the CDP, which probably will be the implementation process. But again, to look at this holistically as, it's great to see these things, accomplishment here, there, and everywhere, but to look at it more in a planned manner that we know what's going to go on and we can look at a 5-year plan with that. And with regards back to the question of, could you do this on private property? No. I know that, this has been the busy season, what have you, but we have received the code revision project back from E-Code, and I just don't know if, when that will come back to the commissioners in portions or a whole project, but I feel that these types of things should be addressed in that. And I don't know if, Mr. Miller, if you can address that at all, or progress?
Yes, certainly. I think at least my idea was to get through the tree code first and then start to begin looking at some of these chapters. Again, there were 226 unique questions addressed in the city code. Some of the questions were extremely vague, just asking, does this chapter need to be updated? Or more specific questions such as definitions or references to state code. So because, we were sort of knee-deep in the tree code, the commissioners were, my thought process was to get through that chapter of the code and then move on to a potentially new chapter to begin looking at.
I totally agree with you, and I know that you and staff have invested a lot of time in reviewing that, so I look forward to the results of those conversations and suggested for changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you imagine the question being asked about the tree code? Does this code need any tweaking? Took us 10 years. We're still not there. We're still getting there. With that, are there any members of the public that would like to specifically address this garden? Walter, would you come up front?
Good afternoon, Walter Birmingham, 123 Henlopen Avenue. I made some comments the other day and I got a phone call from Cindy. She was very worried that I was not in favor of this. I had not seen about it. I think it's an excellent presentation. The graphics that you put out there is just fine. We saw what happened on State Road. We didn't see the pictures ahead of time. We saw the breakers improvements and a project that went on in the middle of the summer, which was just ridiculous in my perspective. the rock project beside the museum where they're going to take out the rocks and everything. I watched it go in, contacted the police department, public works department, city manager's office. They parked all the trucks on Grove Street. They blocked the traffic. Nobody came to help. And you folks don't see any of that. Maybe some of you see it, but you got to have the traffic open and flowing. So I have great faith in Bloom. I will tell you, day before yesterday, I asked to see Margaret downstairs, and I was standing in the lobby looking out on the median, and there were 3 people out in the median working on the beautiful flowers and everything out there. And I was so very proud that it looked so very, very nice. And we should all be so proud because in this case, I absolutely trust these people. But I was down there when the original project was done. The city did it. I asked for Liz. We asked for people to come down and take care of it. There is no soil. There's just a little bit of soil on the top. And the irrigation is not much at all. I watched it go all the way around City Hall. It's very, very poorly done. We'll not talk about the people in the green trucks that came and put it in with no English-speaking person around that you could talk with or the city could talk with. And I think Rehoboth and Bloom will do an outstanding project with the people from in town and out of town do it. In the communications industry, you never label anything with a name. You put in a cable number, whatever. And in the city codes, many times, point being, Liz Lingo's name should not be there. It should be city arborist or something like that, because we really haven't heard anything about the meeting that was talked about that brings it to this point. Patrick, I agree. Mr. Gossett, I appreciate your comments. I do have a concern because I was absolutely right on the dock all the way through. And where is the consideration for dock access if you're going to be carrying kayaks and stuff like that up and down? It's going to have some open areas when you come up with a plan, if you come up with a plan, because you have a lease with someone, but we haven't heard anything more. How do you get kayaks up and down? So whatever goes in, there should be some arrangements for that. It is a gateway. And I think it'll look very nice for people leaving town, but I don't think anybody's going to be able to look at it coming in town with the traffic as bad as it is. I think it should be done. And I think it should have not one person's sign off on it. I think it should be more than the arborist, whomever that person is. And I think excellent presentation. But I saw the problems beforehand. And it took place in winter, and it was terrible. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Anybody else? That has to be turned on.
It's good? Good. Hi, I'm Charlie Garlow, 82 Sussex Street here in Rehoboth. I want to congratulate all those who've been the spark plugs, Dick and Cindy and Liz and others to make this happen. It's a great idea. It's not too late, Commissioner Legree, to use the rain off of the roof at my house, which is 1 block off of Rehoboth Avenue. We built a underground 2,000-gallon cistern, which catches the rainwater off of our sloped roof, not a flat roof, and we use that water to pump up to feed our irrigation system to keep all of our pollinator-friendly black-eyed Susans and purple coneflowers growing there, even though it's only a block off of Rehoboth Avenue. Might be a lot of traffic, might be heat from the asphalt there in front of those stores that are next to law firms that are next to our place, but we've got a pollinator-friendly area. So it may not be ideal, Dick, for a pollinator-friendly garden there in the opinion of some, but the more that we can build gardens with native plants and those plants, flowers that are pollinator-friendly, the better we'll help our fellow creatures in the pollinator world, and we need to do a lot of that because those populations are threatened. May I recommend that for the future, if there are any code provisions that prevent this, that say that rocks are impermeable, that they don't allow water to sink through them, that we ought to change that to say that those rocks or seashells like we have at our house should be considered that, so as to encourage people to put down surfaces that are permeable, that allow water to sink into rather than run off into the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Anybody else from the public? If not, thank you very much. We're going to go. Thank you, Dick. Anything
Mayor and
else?
Commissioners, thank you very much. And
We
just a
thank
very
you.
brief editorial comment.
Yes, sir.
The CTF funds are available annually through our local representative and senator. And I would just encourage, particularly our city committees, to look at opportunities. When I said to Ernie, well, what else is the city doing? I don't want to get in the way of anything going on. And I had the same conversation with city manager. He said, we haven't heard anything. And a year ago, when I got the $50,000 for the Triangle Garden, they hadn't heard anything else other than, at that point, I was a commissioner. So these dollars sit there every year. And there are opportunities. And the guidelines are not very stringent. There are not reams of documentation that needs to be produced. Really short proposals that meet some general guidelines. So I would really encourage the city in the future, to bring out those priorities out of the CDP that could fit any of this and go after some of these dollars. It's out there.
Thank you, Dick.
Thank you.
We'll heed that advice. And thank you, Dan and Greer, again. We appreciate it. So you're able to work with them and proceed. And they'll reach out to Trees and Green Infrastructure Committee, and we'll go from there. Our next item of business is, by the way, the Presbyterian folks won't be here in person, so we're just going to keep that in our normal sequence. Next item of business is public hearing on the matter of, no, it's not, Cape Henlopen Senior Center. There we go.
Unfortunately, Mayor, the senior center who just had a pancake breakfast
Yesterday,
have not yet scheduled another one. But one save the date is their holiday craft fair is scheduled for Saturday, November 19th, and that's all I have from them.
Very good, thank you. With that, now we'll go to the next item of business, which is public hearing in the matter of amending Municipal Code Chapter 270, which is zoning, by amending Section 270-19B1 relating to size limitation on restaurant dining patios. This is specific to 270-19, which is in the zoning code, specific to item B1, which reads in its original form as the gross area devoted to dining patio purposes shall be limited to 750 square feet per restaurant, which area shall be permitted in addition to limitations contained in 270-19A4. This is a topic that has been on our agenda for at least 5 or 6 meetings. The size limitations of restaurants, we're not talking about dining patios on public space. We're not talking about dining patios on public sidewalks. This is something that's been allowed for, I think, over 2 decades, that on the premises of the restaurant, for restaurants that want to serve alcohol, they have an option of seeking a permit of compliance, a supplemental permit of compliance to allow dining patios on the premises, means they're on their private property. So I want to make sure we understand that distinction there. Again, the current restriction is 750 square feet. The commissioners met in those 5 or 6 meetings, and we discussed about a wide variance of allowance for dining patio sizes. Went all the way from do nothing, which means it retained it at 750, to unlimited, which means you have no restriction on it. And after many discussions, we ended up developing a consensus that we would change it or consider changing it to 1,000, from 750 to 1,000, which is an additional, of course, 250 square feet, which translates approximately into 20 extra seats. That was reached by consensus, and that's what is in front of us today. Since it is in the zoning code, zoning code amendments require a public hearing, and that's where we're at today. Again, 270-19, we're only looking at the size restriction. And I do want to say something that especially in some of the correspondence that we received. We received Edie Heron, and that's embedded in the agenda. They support the increase. We got something from John Dewey that's embedded in the agenda, and he says, suggests to hold off on it till some things are clarified. And then we have one new from Cindy Lovett that is in favor of it also. She couldn't be here. And this is one of those pieces of correspondence that was received too late to embed in the agenda. That's why I indicated as new. I would like to respond to one of John Dewey's comments is transparency in the process and everything. And I have spoken up all along, in fact, pretty much every meeting, and indicated that I favored a process that if we have changes, that still requires a permanent compliance. A permanent compliance is a special hearing that we conduct that allows people, especially neighbors, to come in and give their opinion on whether they think the criteria is met and whether they think that there's a detriment to the community in terms of noise, traffic, and other criteria. I just want to reiterate that. If we change this, as this is a favorable change, then restaurants that choose to go above 750 square feet will indeed have to come back in front of the commissioners for a permanent compliance. It's actually called a supplemental dining patio permanent compliance. And again, this is specific to dining patios on the premises of a restaurant which is serving alcohol. Has nothing to do with dining patios on public space. Did I state that?
That's exactly right, Mayor. I couldn't have done any better.
All righty, very good. Well, good, pay me 200 some bucks an hour to say that.
I could say, why am I here? Why am I here? I think it's
So with that, I'd like to turn it over to the commissioners for any discussion. Again, this is probably the sixth meeting, seventh meeting possibly, where we have talked to it. So it has not been a rushed program, in my opinion, and we've talked about it very much. And in addition to these correspondence, we have had correspondence in each of the previous 5 or 6 meetings. So we know where different people stand on this. And lastly, the Chamber of Commerce, we embedded their survey in a previous agenda. And what they did is they surveyed the restaurants in town, whether they're their members or not. And 16 replied, and all 16 indicated that they support the increase from 750 to 1,000. So with that, we'll go to the commissioners first.
I think so, Mayor. I would add one other thing just for the commissioners' awareness, that part of the reason they come back, they will have to come back here for additional supplemental permanent compliant dining patio permanent compliance is because the ABCC will require, will need to issue a new license because they'll be extending their license into this additional 250 square feet, and the ABCC will want to see that you all approved it, so they'll have to come back if there's any questions about it.
Very good. So we're going to go up here to the commissioners and let them comment, and then at a pause, we will conduct a public hearing, and anybody that wants to speak for or against or otherwise, we'll have that opportunity before we go back and close the public hearing, further debate it if desired, and then hopefully conduct a vote if somebody makes a motion. Commissioners?
Mayor, you mentioned transparency and mentioned in some of the correspondence. I think this is our 8th time discussing this, and I think there's been at least 2 articles in the Cape Gazette about it. Am I missing something? I think it's been pretty transparent.
Oh, no. Well, no, I'm responding to a letter. Okay. Yeah. We're good.
I think everyone knows my opinion on the matter, so I'm not going to say much.
Anybody else up here before we go to the public? If not, let's go to members of the public. Is there anybody that would like to speak for or against or just comment on this? And we're asking for comments on the specific proposal to change the size restriction in 270-19 as noted from 750 square feet to 1,000 square feet. Go ahead. Your name and affiliation with the City of Rehoboth Beach.
Yeah, so my name is Aileen Hearn. I'm from 52 Baltimore Avenue, Somewhere Restaurant. We have what we call the outdoor oasis, a big dining patio around the side of our building on our private property. So obviously it got approved during the beginning of COVID, and you guys have nicely let us carry on with that through this season, which is fantastic. I'd just like to reiterate, this season has been a great season. The public is, they love all of the outdoor seating possibilities in town. I think it's obvious the amount of times that we have been at these meetings, the amount of times that Egg and Egg's owners have been at these meetings, kind of voicing opinions on why it's important. It's pretty obvious that the businesses are, much more benefiting and not asking to take it too far, I think. We would love any extension that we can possibly get, so I think 1,000 sounds great. Since we're gonna have to come back and be reapproved either way, anything that we can get at this point would be great so that we can continue on as smoothly as possible into next season. And again, it's very obvious that the public is adoring the outdoor seating, so anything that the restaurants can do to keep customers as happy as possible, I think is really positive impact on the city as a whole. So that's pretty much all I have to say, I think.
Very good. I'm trying to give you an extra opportunity to market yourself. Where are you?
Somewhere.
And what's your name? What's your name?
Somewhere in Rehoboth.
Literally somewhere restaurant where the old Iguana Grill was.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
Sure, yeah.
I just had a quick question. Do you know how large your outdoor space is?
Overall, or what
Well,
we're
for what you're
using?
using currently.
So we designed our outdoor oasis to be exactly 750 square feet because we had to stay. Like we knew what the rules were. We
Right.
built it specifically for that purpose. We did end up having an additional problem in the beginning when we were designing it. After we had already done the job, we found out that our porch is not grandfathered in the way that we thought it was. So our porch seating actually also counts toward that 750, which we were not previously aware of before we bought the property. So we're running into an extra issue there that we are going to have to talk to the building and licensing to kind of solve when we go forward with this. But that's why I'm saying, any additional square footage is going to be super beneficial for us so that we can keep everything as normal and straightforward as possible when we go to re-examine that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I would suggest having additional conversation with building and license on that. You have a unique situation, which I've mentioned every time that you stood up. Thank you. Anybody else from the public would like to speak? Suzanne Good, come up here and identify yourself and your affiliation with the city, please.
Suzanne Good, 1 Grove Street, full-time resident, actually for 5 years now. I'm sort of a fresh voice to this, but I've been reading the Cape Gazette. I've been attempting to keep up with the, prodigious volume of letters and things in your meetings. But I'm just, as a resident, my husband and I, and especially when our children are visiting, we love al fresco dining. And I've followed this enough to know there will never be a totally fair solution to this because various business owners invested 5 years ago, 2 months ago, 75 years ago in the properties that they happen to right now occupy. And it will change real estate values. There'll be winners and losers if it's increased to 1,000 feet of private property. But as much as there's no way to make life a totally level playing field, but I think increasing to 1,000 feet makes sense. In this particular case, it seems like through no error of their own, they were unaware that their porch had to be included, and therefore they were in violation. They were above 750 feet without even knowing it. So I just hope that if it were up to me, because I think the additional outdoor dining helps both business owners and residents. I feel bad for businesses that may only own 300 square feet or of outdoor dining, and yes, there will be some incidental sort of windfalls to businesses that happen to have, like Egg has that massive what used to be, I guess, a parking lot. I forget what it was, and there'll be others who feel aggrieved because they only happen to have like this tiny alleyway by their dumpster, and, you know, people aren't really keen on eating al fresco by a trash dumpster. So, but I appreciate all the work that's gone into it, and I would be in favor. I know Commissioner Shanowski is shocked to hear that I'm totally on board with his opinion, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Anybody else from the public like to speak? John Dewey, come ahead. Identify yourself and your affiliation with the city. Thank you.
John Dewey, 105 Scarborough Avenue. I'm speaking only as a citizen and not in my role on the Planning Commission. I'll preface my remarks by saying, along with Suzanne, that I very much enjoy being able to eat outdoors, whether it's in Rehoboth or other locations that we visit. My concern about this particular proposal is that it opens the door to unintended consequences. We have had particular challenges in our neighborhood with adequate law enforcement, particularly around the noise ordinance, and unless or until issues around the noise ordinances are addressed, I will continue to be unable to support this proposal. 26 years ago, that area of Rehoboth Avenue was mostly quite small businesses, including gas stations and other relatively low traffic activities, low noise generators. As Western Rehoboth Avenue continues to increase in size and density, number of people, intensity of use, all those questions, I think it's particularly important that the city get the noise ordinance right and get enforcement of the noise ordinance right before additional doors are open to unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Anybody else from the public? Rick, go ahead. Identify yourself and your affiliation with the city.
Yes, Richard Perry, 46 Pennsylvania Avenue. I totally support this proposal. I think it's a first step, and obviously, from my point of view, there needs to be more consideration going forward with respect to the use of public ways, sidewalks, and things of that nature. I do think that 1,000 square feet is totally consistent with the commercial zoning, and I wish it were more than 1,000 because I think that would also be fair and in the best interest of the residents and our businesses. Suzanne may be shocked to know that I totally agree with her. And I applaud you for all the effort you've put into this, but I hope you won't stop with this one change. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. And I just want to reiterate, anytime anybody mentions commercial dining patios on public space, remember that's not what this topic is about.
May I ask Mr. Perry a question?
Sure.
What would be a circumstance where you would think that more than 1,000 feet might be appropriate?
I think that if the square footage of the property can accommodate more than 1,000 square feet, given the commercial zoning, where they can build line to line, if they have that space available, then I think they should be able to use it, as long as they're complying with all other aspects, noise ordinance and all of those things, and get the supplemental permit.
Thank you.
With that, if nobody else wants to speak from the public, we'll close the public hearing portion of this, and it comes up to the commissioners for discussion. If there's no discussion, I would entertain a motion. Again, what's in front of us specifically is...
Excuse me, I do have a question about this and really address this to, I guess, the city solicitor. I support going to 1,000 square feet. My concern is that brought forward that you had mentioned, permit of compliance, and it comes before us for a hearing and as an opportunity for the neighbors to share their information, either supporting or not supporting an expansion or a new restaurant, a new patio. But in our code, specifically 215.11, it's called modification of a floor plan. And I just want to share that with you, and this is what concerns me. And it's A, it shall be illegal for any restaurant or dinner theater to substantially modify its floor plan, seating arrangement, and/or the location and number of sizes of bar areas and permanent seating dining areas from the plans submitted to the city pursuant to the provisions of this chapter without a public hearing and new permit of compliance, except that a floor plan may be substantially modified without a hearing with the approval of the city manager if the city manager determines that the changed plan does not violate the provisions of this chapter and does not result in an increase in the bar area. This section shall be interpreted to include dining patios. The building inspector shall inspect all restaurants or dinner theaters at least annually to ensure compliance with this chapter. So my question is, for lack of a better term, is this a loophole in that it is determined by an individual, that's the city manager, not that I have any question about the city manager, but we have had questions between attorneys of the restaurants and the city with regards to what is a substantial modification. We do not define substantial modification. We define modification, but not substantial. So I am concerned about going forward with this just because of this specific reason, is that because of this provision in our code, there is an opportunity for the public not to participate in a public hearing, or that a public hearing could not be placed or could be held, and the change in a restaurant expansion, modification of a floor plan could take place. I know, as I mentioned earlier, we have had a review of our code by the E-Code company. I don't know if it was reviewed, any restaurant changes in there or anything of this nature, but to have a professional outside consultant review that, and we have not had an opportunity to ourselves see that to be reviewed, I question kind of cart before the horse, or if, again, to the solicitor, this action of a substantial modification as determined by one individual.
So thank you, Commissioner. So my view on that is that Chapter 215, the restaurant chapter, treats extensions and modifications differently. So if you look at Section 215-7A, the provisions of this chapter shall apply to, and then when you go to subsection 2, it says, any existing restaurant or dinner theater where alcoholic liquor is sold or consumed, desiring to extend or modify its premises. So it uses extend or modify, not interchangeably. Then when you go to the section that you referenced, which is Section 215-11, it's titled modification of floor plan. So I think it's correct that the city manager has the authority to make determinations as to what is a substantial modification of floor plan. But as to extensions, the word extension is never used in 215-11. So any extension which this ordinance contemplates that you have before you today, I think any extension would have to come back before this body, just like any extension would have to go back to the ABC commissioner. My view, and I did look at this in anticipation of this meeting, is that 215-11 is only as to modifications. If you're extending in any way, it is an action that would be required to be reviewed by this body.
But that again is your interpretation, and I appreciate that. But you feel that
Come on, Patrick, you're grasping at straws
I'm
for a
not grasping
reason
at
not to
straws.
support this. And if you don't trust the judgment of our city staff, then perhaps you should apply for the city manager job.
What? Mr. Shanowski.
Patrick, you want to finish?
Well, if I'm not interrupted again, yes. But I feel that this is an important matter, not grasping at straws. I'm trying to raise a point that needs to be confirmed in my mind, that this is not a loophole, if you will. And again, one person, and I, again, trust for the city manager to interpret this, but again, we have had instances in the past, if I'm not wrong, Solicitor, that the question of substantial modification has come down to attorneys after attorneys trying to determine this. So I look at past history of where we're going.
Mayor, can I make a couple of points?
Yeah, but I understand the interpretation by the city solicitor, and I agree with it. Doesn't mean it can't be strengthened, but I believe what he indicated is valid. Commissioner Sranowski?
That so-called loophole, it exists in the code, whether we expand this to 750 to 1,000 or not. And if we look at the history of what the building and licensing or the city manager has told an applicant they have to come before, in front of us for a permanent modification for permanent compliance, I believe Above the Dunes had one table changed and a removal of 2 seats at the bar. And that was significant enough that it was recommended or told that they had to come before us for a modification. So I'm just lost here on where we're actually talking about. And I'm ready to call the question, Mayor, or I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
Mayor,
can I review something?
Yeah, please.
The ordinance in front of us allows us to increase the square footage by 250, which means 750 plus 250 equals 1,000. We could vote on a lesser number because the agenda language lets us do that. We cannot vote to expand it beyond the 250. So it could go anywhere from leaving it alone to up to 250, correct?
That's right, Mayor.
So go ahead, Ed.
Mayor, I move we amend Section 270-19 B1 related to the size limitation on restaurant dining patios to increase to the amount of 1,000, a maximum of 1,000 square feet.
Do we have a second?
Second.
So just to clarify, Tim, it's a motion and a second to adopt the ordinance that's before you, which would raise 750 square feet to 1,000 square feet.
Correct. So I'm going to reiterate the same thing. We have a motion by Commissioner Ed Chernowski and a second by Commissioner Tony Sharp to adopt the ordinance in front of us, raising the maximum square footage of a restaurant from 750 to 1,000 square feet, as noted in the resolution. Is there any further discussion?
I'd like to discuss. I'm just trying to establish here. I have concern to the extent of what Mr. Dewey raised with regard. We're basically taking an arbitrary number and changing it to another arbitrary number, and I think that arbitrary number, is based on, I think a good sense, and I think obviously it's something that the public enjoys and accepts. And I think it's a benefit to the various establishments that will be able to, apply for this and so forth and so on. But I guess my concern is, what are the avenues? I guess what I'm getting at is presuming we increase it to 1,000 square feet, what controls will exist with regard to the kind of things that Mr. Dewey was addressing, but primarily I would assume noise and other inconveniences that may arise as I would say specifically to people who are nearby or residents that are nearby. And is that something that you feel that the hearing that would take place, with the applicant, being able to increase, that would be addressed there, or I guess what I'm getting at is I'm seeing this in context with issues with regard to the pool noise and things like that, where people, I presume if things got to be noisy, for example, that they're going to call the police and the police would come, or the ordinance officer would come or something. I just want to know how the city, or you feel that the city would respond to this, if that that this change would then create the kind of unintended consequences, but I would say somewhat anticipated consequences.
Well, let me try to answer. First of all, Mr. Dewey, I appreciate your letter, and you've got some valid points that I think need to be worked on. But in terms of what do we have to control noise and some of these other things, they're already in place. They're not necessarily totally effective. They need to be strengthened, but we do have a noise code already, right? We do have 270-19 use codes, use restrictions that say no wet bars on the patio that could possibly generate noise. No drinking on the patio unless you're seated and dining. No entertainment, live entertainment on the patio. So we have things now, but what we need to do is a better job, frankly. And there are a few out there that are challenging us. And I think they're purposely challenging us, frankly, and it's very disappointed. So things are being worked on to try to tweak them. I don't think it is so bad that we can't, that I would not vote no to this. But that's kind of my take on it.
If I could add to that, Mayor, there is a section also within Chapter 215, and every time this body looks at a permanent compliance, I read them to remind you, because they're factors that you're required to consider when you grant a permanent compliance. In this case, if a restaurant comes in and says they'd like to go from 750 to 1,000, you'd have a hearing again, and these are some of the considerations you'd be required to consider when you're deciding whether to approve or deny it. One of them is whether the establishment meets all the city's applicable zoning and licensing provisions. Another is whether the establishment would be a detriment to the peace, order, and quiet of the neighborhood and the city. And that's one I think that sort of speaks to Mr. Dewey's concerns. So if a restaurant comes in now to you that has 750 square feet and would like to raise it to 1,000, you have discretion based upon this code provision to say, we already know how you're operating. We don't think it's great at 750. We know it's probably going to be worse at 1,000, and you can deny them based upon that reason. So yes, when they come in for the hearing, that's another opportunity for you to make those considerations.
Right. Okay. Anything else, Bunky?
No, thank you.
Anybody else up here?
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to point out that although this can benefit some restaurants, and I value that and appreciate that, but it is our residents and our visitors that are asking for this. It's not for the businesses, although some may benefit. Our residents and our visitors want this. And I would just like to remind Commissioner Bennett and Commissioner Legree, both of you have stated that you're in favor of unlimited. And as Mr. Perry mentioned, commercial properties can build lot line to lot line. Why we restrict it for outdoor dining, I don't know. But I know that you're both in favor of unlimited. This isn't unlimited, but it gets us closer to having more outdoor dining. So I hope you both can support this. Thank you.
Any further discussion up here? Before we do a roll call vote, I want to remind you that this is in the zoning code. Within the zoning code, we each need to state a reason for our rationale for voting in the particular way. And you can recite the same as your colleague that votes in front of you. By order of right to left, we're going to start off, we have a motion in front of us. We're going to start off with Commissioner Sharp. Again, the motion in front of us is to adopt the code revision, which increases the restaurant patio dining restriction from 750 square feet to 1,000 square feet. Is that clear now? Commissioner Tony Sharp?
For the following reasons, this is a reasonable incremental change. We have heard from the public who, for the most part, shows their support. I'm voting aye for this, and the qualification I have, which will be my own responsibility, is to keep a very, very close eye on this enforcement issue regarding noise, which a lot of people have brought up and a lot of people have been concerned about. But bottom line, I vote aye.
Thank you. Commissioner J. Legree?
Everybody knows that I am in favor of unlimited, and I think Mr. Perry probably outlined my reasoning as well as anything. But I also agree with Mr. Dewey that every restaurant is unique, as he stated in his letter. However, To vote no would put it back to 750. And so I vote yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Ed Chernowski?
I vote aye for the same reasons as Commissioner Sharp, as well as I really truly believe that this helps us and our commitment to the comprehensive development plan and the needs of our residents and visitors.
Thank you. Commissioner Patrick Gossett?
I vote aye based on the comments made by Commissioner Sharp, but I also ask that the city respond to Mr. Dewey's remarks in his letter specifically, and also how we will enforce the noise ordinance and the use aspect of specific restaurants that are currently have a permit of compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Tim Bennett?
Thank you. Well, I'm against and was against and still am against an arbitrary number. That doesn't make any sense since I was one of the unlimited people. But due to reasons by Commissioner Legree, I will totally support this and go to 1,000 with a yes. Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Bunky Marker?
I also echo the sentiments of Ms. Sharp. I think she articulated my feelings reasonably well. I do have my concerns, but I think this is a step, okay, and I vote yes.
Thank you very much. And the chair votes yes also for the reasons stated by Commissioner Tony Sharp. Especially want to emphasize that this is an incremental step. Don't know whether it would go any further. It depends on how it's implemented and enforced and received by everybody. We know that over the COVID times, over the multiple years, that people love, the restaurants love outdoor dining, and the visitors love, patrons love outdoor dining, and this is just a little boost, hopefully, for those restaurants that are able to expand. And with that, the motion carries 7-0, and it passes. Thank you very much. Thank you, members of the public, too. With that, I'm going to take a 30-second breather. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll get on to our first business item of old business, which is call for commission board committee memberships. I just want to remind everybody we are actively soliciting new membership applications for our commissions, boards, and committees. And task force, not so much because they're all filled right now. However, we posted a suggested deadline of get them in by September 22nd, I believe. That's just so you can be considered for the next round. I typically, we introduce new members to be appointed in the October workshop meeting and then typically vote on them at the October regular meeting. However, throughout the years, we have vacancies created. And so we suggest that year-round, if you're interested in a committee, commission, or committee that board, that you file an application with us and show us your experience, your interests, so we can give you consideration. With that, I wanted to go to the second item of old business, which is discuss. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, can you just articulate what the schedule is for that, when we would be voting on new members to committees and commissions?
Yeah, typically I would like to introduce names at the October workshop meeting. And then at the October regular meeting, since they've been introduced, then at the October meeting, consider members for appointment. Now, if you recall, the process is the mayor has the privilege of appointing certain commissions and boards, but the chairs typically make their appointment nominations for their own memberships. So I would ask you to adhere to that schedule and confer with me. And if something comes up, certainly if you're not able to vote at that time because you're waiting for more applications to come in, then we can understand. But the good thing with committees and then some of these other groups is that your membership does not expire right on the date that you're able to continue. And we would hope you continue in that position until you indeed are replaced. Anything else?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. With that, we're going to go to the second item of old business, which is to discuss a request to approve a license agreement between the city and the Presbytery of Newcastle to license the use of that part of Cranberry Park, which adjoins 41 Olive Avenue to a depth of 12 feet from the rear property line located at 41 Olive Avenue. And in the support documents there, I'm going to try to scroll to it here. This is a sample of no, it's not sample, it's the proposed license agreement that's in front of us. As I mentioned earlier, the representatives of this group are not here today. They were here, however, at our workshop meeting where this was introduced. And essentially, would you define a license agreement and how that differs from a lease, Glenn?
Sure, Mayor. So a license agreement, as we've discussed previously in connection with this, the license agreement is what I typically recommend that jurisdictions like this municipality issue for these sorts of encroachments, because it pretty much gives the city the most flexibility in terminating it. It doesn't create the degree of the property right created is not as great as that which is created in an actual lease agreement. In a lease, the termination provisions are usually a little bit, it's harder for the city to basically terminate a lease than it is a license, so we prefer to go with a license, and the Presbytery here is not objected to a license versus a lease. I should note, Mayor, I did get a couple comments since we've been here by email from them that I could share with you.
No, we can't share them up here. They need to come in and be registered earlier. Sorry, but freedom of information, and isn't that what you indicated to me? We can't be sharing things up here through the email system or text system.
I would need to have a copy of the email or any text.
Right. Well, let's proceed and go forward with this. What I wanted to explain, have Glenn explain the license agreement versus the lease. And in this particular instance, if you look up here, this is a license agreement exhibit from 2011 with this group. I mentioned earlier at the workshop meeting that this is more of a housekeeping item here. We are trying to recreate or at least reissue the license agreement for this group because the city lost their license agreement. We know that we have a license agreement with them because we have these index card files that have been used manually for decades, indicating that there is a license issued and it records the payments. So this is the old-fashioned hand recordation system that we used to use. So we know we have it. We know some of unfortunately, the applicant, I don't think, could find their version of it, so we've recreated it. This is exhibit we did find from 2011. Essentially, here's the down here at the bottom is Olive Avenue. This area back here is the property line right here, separating the city park area called Cranberry Park or Girard Park. In this area, this property line is their property over here. And as you can just barely read here, there are some stairs here that go beyond the property line out of the back of the house that encroach into the park. And then also there is a utility shed here. Apparently it has a hot water heater and an outdoor shower. So rather than just issuing a license agreement for just this square area and the stairs, the city council members issued the width of the property times 12 feet deep, which actually mirrors license agreements for 2 or 3 properties on either side of this particular property. So again, I want to go down to Exhibit B in here, and this is a more current survey, and again, it shows you the stairs, it shows you the utility shed, which almost, I can't figure that out, but it looks like some of it is across the other property line there. But what we would be issuing them based on this model is, again described in our license agreement as 12 foot deep by the width of the property. Some of the thing, I think some of the important notes on here are in the yellow highlights, and that is that it's a 12-foot license area, as I noted. That Exhibit A and B indicate the 12 feet, that the license agrees to pay a fee of $10 per annum, which again mirrors what was the original license agreement. It also reflects the houses to the left and right that have license agreements with the same encroachments. And then the license conveys essentially forever. However, we do have the right to give them notice in a certain amount of time to vacate their structures off the city property there, which is the park. Now, based on our last conversations, I tried to do this document highlighting certain areas and tried to summarize alternate language that we talked about at the last meeting. And it's right there. We talked about rather than the 12 feet by the width of the property, just making it outline the footprint of the utility shed with showers and the existing stairs as one alternate. Another alternate is that that's the same thing, isn't it? Same thing. The other alternate was $1 a square foot, which was mirroring some recent times license agreements, which would put them up at 502 square feet, again, versus the original $10 a year. And then the last alternative, somebody brought up that when the house sells, then that's a good time to terminate the license agreement. And I put that in as an alternate. And so they're all certainly debatable, but the foundational document in front of us includes everything that reflects the the original license agreement, correct?
That's what we believe to be the case, Mayor.
Mayor, I move approval of a license agreement between the city and the Presbytery of Newcastle to license the use of that part of Cranberry Park, which adjoins 41 Olive Avenue to a depth of 12 feet from the rear property line of the property located at 41 Olive Avenue, with no alternatives to be included.
We have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ed Chernowski and a second by Commissioner Jay Legree to approve the license agreement in front of us without any changes in wording or use of alternate language. Is there any further discussion here among the commissioners? Because then I want to go to the public too.
So as this is written, it goes in perpetuity. Is that correct?
Right.
There's no term?
That's right. Unless the city affirmatively terminates it, it continues.
And then it goes back to $10 because we're not using the alternate?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
But remember, excuse me, there's no termination date. It carries on but we do have that opportunity to terminate it with a certain amount of written notice.
Right, but I understand if somebody has a property 100 years from now, I think dollar values change. So that was my only thought.
Yeah, thank you. Any further discussion up here, Commissioner Sharp?
Well, nothing much, because I want to be respectful of the hour of the day. I thought our goal here today was to take care of the administrative problem we've got with this particular issue. And that's all we were doing today. That if we want to make any other adjustments with fees or whatever, that would come with our other discussion that will be upcoming regarding all fees in Rehoboth. Am I?
That's exactly right.
Okay,
Right.
so,
And what's been proposed mirrors that.
okay. Got it.
A question on that with regards to this carries with the land. That's my question or concern. The city lost this agreement, or this license agreement, so we don't really, we're building back on this, which is understandable. But if the license agrees that any conveyance of the licensed property shall be subject to and together with the benefits of this license agreement, meaning it carries out in perpetuity. Just calling out a couple of odd things with this. This is a substandard lot. It's only 4,200 square feet. So it's not the buildable 5,000 if someone were to buy it and move on, unless they go to Board of Adjustments for what have you, correct?
Oh, in the city, we've always considered a lot within the city to be buildable, even if it's substandard and under 5,000 square feet. If Mr. Janis was here, I think he'd confirm that, but you're right, it is a substandard lot.
Okay, so again, just this aspect of it carrying through with the property, if it doesn't change owners, again, I think that just gives the city an opportunity to bring this back before us to reevaluate it. If not, again, this gets buried and lost for perpetuity. In the fact that I think that we should have an administrative policy that these are reviewed either annually, which I think is too much of a task, but at the time of a property, changes hands. That's my only concern with doing this. We talk about going forward and changing the administrative policy and cleaning it up and what have you for the future, but this particular aspect would hold this back as in perpetuity, and I just think that that's not the way we want to proceed. That would be the only change that I have. And just curious, and Mr. Janis has left, but I believe our policy, though, is that if you apply for a building license or any aspect, and maybe Mr. Miller can address this, that the survey attached to the application has to be less than a year old.
I wouldn't be able to speak to that. I'd have to consult with Matt. One of the points that I did want to make is that one of the things that we're in the process of doing now with the new Munis system is anytime we're made aware of a license agreement, existing license agreement, new license agreements, we have the capability to add that document into the property record in Munis, so it becomes a virtual copy. So as we discuss these license agreements and find license agreements, we are adding that to the system to be able to monitor those. Should a building permit be requested, we can identify that license agreement and review it. So,
Again,
but I will have to consult with Matt on
my concern is just the in perpetuity. I just think that's not a wise way to move forward. So
Well, and again, for this is, for me, as housekeeping, it reflects what we've had. I do believe that we are protected because, again, we have that opportunity to issue a cease and desist or stop, whatever you call it, order.
Notice of termination, right?
Notice of termination, there we go. So I'm fine with that. Is there any further discussion?
Just because we've always done it this way doesn't mean it's the right way to move forward.
No, but that's, I'm willing to have a deeper conversation in the broader license agreement discussion.
I'd like to ask the city solicitor, is this very common for this type of, that it
all
would
the
be,
ones
it would convey?
All the ones that I've drafted in the last decade for the city have had this provision in it. Mhm.
Seems to be
Well,
standard practice. I'm also confused. I don't know what the size of a lot or when a survey is required has anything to do with the lease of public property. Anyway.
All right, if we're discussing, I'd like to open it to the public. Does anybody like to offer any comment on this? You know the routine.
Carol
Carolyn Diefendorfer, city resident. I said this at the last meeting, and I'll say it again. They were allowed when that house was built, they were allowed to build on the line, and you got to let them come out their back door, and you got to let them fix their hot water heater and that kind of thing. And again, I think what Commissioner Sharp pointed out was you all are just trying to replace something that was lost. So I don't think you should be muddying the waters with trying to add anything new into the agreement. You need to replace what was lost and move forward. And if things need to be changed in the future, you change them in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Anybody else? If not, we'll come back to this table, and we have a motion in front of us and a second to adopt the lease agreement as proposed, unchanged and with no alternate language in there. We'll do a roll call vote. With this, Commissioner Jay Legree.
Aye. Do you want me to give any reason?
Don't need to give explanations.
Don't need, yeah, this is not a zoning, so we don't need reasons, unless you want to. Commissioner, so that's one yes. Commissioner Ed Chernowski.
Aye.
Commissioner Patrick Gossett.
No.
Commissioner Tim Bennett.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunky Markert.
Aye.
Commissioner Tony Sharp.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. The motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much.
No, there was a no.
6-1.
Oh, 6-1 equals 7. Thank you. With that, we'll go to the next item of new business, actually old business. Discuss the 2 fountains installed by the city in Silver Lake, including operational costs and challenges, and consider, meaning we have the opportunity to take a vote whether or not to retain them or remove them or even relocate them. Maybe Evan can do a brief summary on how these came about. I know they came about on Sharon's tenure, and they did not come in front of the commissioners, and perhaps that's what maybe that's why we're here today.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So I did have the opportunity to talk to Sharon and receive a little bit more information about the existence of the fountains, how they came about. So traditionally, I guess what had been done previously out on Silver Lake was the city engaged in installing floating Christmas trees out on Silver Lake. Those floating Christmas trees essentially were sign poles mounted to styrofoam rafts. Lights were strung on them, and they were rowed out into the lake by the streets department. So due to the concerns for safety, not only of the structure itself, the electrical components, but also the staff rowing them out into the lake every single year, alternatives were pursued. And one of the suggestions was to install fountains. The fountains do have lights on them, allowing us to change the lights, red and green, or red for Valentine's Day, whatever it might be. My understanding was that the fountains were purchased, they were installed, they were then removed for the summer, and then when they were put back during the winter, that's when we started to field complaints. The exhibit that the mayor has on the screen now shows the relocations of the 2 fountains. Again, there is one fountain located to the west of the bridge there and one fountain located to the east. The fountain on the west was relocated once, and the fountain on the east was relocated twice. We've received certainly concerns from residents about the misting from the fountain on neighboring properties, gazebos, things like that. And so before you today is consideration of relocating the fountains or removal of the fountains. There are some additional support documents in the agenda. The request at the last meeting, I believe there were 3 options that were discussed amongst the commissioners. One was to move the western fountain further west, try and get it closer to Stokely Street Park or near the pedestrian bridge there, or just further west in general. Another discussion was to relocate the eastern fountain closer to Prospect Street and try and have it located more central in Silver Lake. And then the third option was to locate one possibly in Lake Girard. So the diagram that's up on the screen now shows 2 yellow pins on the map. Those yellow pins show the existing locations of the fountains. The green sort of highlighted area is the area that would be available after a 200-foot buffer is applied around the lake. And that 200 feet is measured from either the shore, or if there was a gazebo present, I measured it from the gazebo out 200 feet. So the green pin located within that area would be a rough location of approximately just under 500 feet from Prospect Street. There are, it's hard to see, but there are small red dots, which would be existing locations of electric panels that would supply the electricity to the fountains. One consideration, again, was to locate one of the fountains on the fountain on the western side further west. I consulted with Envirotech, and they said, at least because of the depth of Silver Lake, it wouldn't be able to be located closer to Stokely Street and to the pedestrian bridge there. My other concerns with locating it further west is the narrowness of the lake. So we have obviously concerns now about the location of the fountain, the mist, and to relocate it further west, we would not reach a point in which it's further away from properties anywhere to the west. There is a second exhibit in there with a proposed location in Lake Girard. So the challenge there would be, well, at least the way that I had located the fountain in the lake is sort of centralized. So I measured north-south and took that foot distance, centered it, and then measured the lake west to east, and that would be from the bridge as far west. And centered it there. I think the fountain is probably 140 feet to the walking trail. So that would be a similar distance to where the fountain is now on the east side, similar distance from the fountain to the closest gazebo. So there may be some misting concerns there from anybody who might be utilizing the walking trail in Lake Girard. I did also consult with Todd from Envirotech, and he said that Lake Girard is a possible location. There is enough depth there to install one.
Thank you, Evan. Let me reiterate that I brought this forward at the last meeting at the workshop and intend to have discussed it and bring it forward to this meeting. My intention is to have a vote on it. Over the years, we've gotten enough complaints about it from different people, and mostly from people that cross the bridge or live in that vicinity. Even though good effort was made to relocate them, 1, 2, 3 times, they're still problematic. Getting complaints about wetting areas of yards and gazebos and health hazards. And I thought it was not fair for the city manager to continue to field these complaints and angry people, and that it needed to be resolved, because there's no guarantee that moving them one more time is going to resolve and not get complaints from the next group of people that they are in. And so I would like to try to resolve it and end it today with a vote. Could possibly go to relocation is one option. The other option is to do nothing. Another option is to just get rid of them. So, I mean, I certainly have some opinions, but we'll open it up to, let me go through the correspondence real quick if I can, because we've gotten, Tom Childers and John Hall live on the lake in the vicinity of one of the fountains, and they are opposed to them, and that is embedded in the agenda. I have another letter embedded in the agenda from Suzanne Rowland, who lives 2 doors up from John and Tom on the lake. So they are also against. Sarah Fabrizio, your Mr. Fabrizio is here. He might talk later. But we have a letter from his wife embedded in the agenda also, and she is against them. And there's some reasons there, but I'm just reading it. Linda Darr has a letter embedded in the agenda, and she's against them. Bruce Williams lives on the lake, but down toward the Finger, so he's far away, and I'm not even sure he can see the fountains, but maybe he can. And he's all for maintaining them and relocating them to a better place if need be. That's embedded in the agenda. Also embedded in the agenda is a letter from Mark Bechtel, who used to live out of town. Now he lived in town, and now he lives out of town, but he crosses the Silver Lake Bridge and makes mention of the mist that comes on windshields, and he would like to relocate or remove. In addition to some of the newer letters that we got that were not able to be embedded in the agenda, or a second letter from Tom Childers, Honey Fisher, who lives on in Henlopen condos, looks down on Lake Gerard. She's against relocation to Lake Gerard. Joe Philippic, and he wrote alone, but he lives on Silver Lake within distance of the fountains, viewing fountains, and he's for them. Patricia Davis sent a letter. She also lives in Henlopen condos, and she would be opposed to relocating it to Lake Gerard. And I think the last one that, again, it just got recently, could not be embedded in the agenda. In fact, it was sent this morning. Kathy Hofsis, Hofsiss. She just indicates that she is a local lifetime resident, so that could be out of town. I don't know whether it's in town. But her concern was bacteria that could be in the lake and then being aerosoled through the fountain, so she's not for them either. So I wanted to read that, and then we'll turn it over to the commissioners for discussion.
Since we talked last on this, Mayor, I just had a couple of questions that maybe anyone, or especially interim city manager, might refresh my memory. Do you know how long ago it's been that they were installed? What year? I honestly cannot remember.
I can't either. I want to say at least 3 years ago, maybe 2-3 years ago, probably longer.
2017 is what I think.
Yeah.
Speaking of the microphone, Ed.
Yeah, I believe it was 2017.
2017.
18, 19, 20.
And they were purchased from Envirotech?
I'd have to double check. I think Envirotech likely ordered them for us and all the necessary equipment for it, yeah.
I'm trying to clarify one thing. Mr. Williams lives at Newbold Square, and just so you know, there is a spectacular view in the distance from the Newbold pool and a couple of the buildings.
Toward Silver Lake?
Yes, toward the bridge. It is unobstructed. So just so you know, the west side of the lake has quite the spectacular view.
Right.
I'm very curious about something that was stated last time. I asked about whether or not the volume, the up and down vertical volume, could be adjusted, and I was told no. In talking to a number of residents on the west side who approached me about what is going on here on the commission on this, I was reminded that they believe that a different head was put on them, and they were much lower and much wider to try to find some kind of common ground, so that the mist would be much more manageable. And the last thing that I have is, I'm not getting, other people may, but I do not see from when they were originally put in to the fact that, especially on the west side, it's been moved. I'm not hearing continued dissatisfaction on the west side. I even spoke to one resident who called me this morning, becoming aware of this issue, to say they were very concerned about it on the west side when they crossed the bridge when it was originally put in. And their remark to me was, no, we now love the fountain. they're speaking of the west side, I believe. So I don't know if you're thinking about this, the challenges on one side of the lake from the other side of the lake, but I'm not hearing, nor do I see in writing, much negativity on the west side of the lake.
Well, from the letter that we got from Joe Philippek, it sounded like there was a silent but groundswell of support. And why are they so silent? You know. But anyway,
I can tell you why.
Are you aware of that? I mean, I'm just here's my big idea for a solution here. If they want it, you know, I mean, if it seems like they want to be like the custodians of the fountains on their side of the lake, and they're willing to do it, why would we turn that down? You know, but I don't know the extent or the depth of their allegiance to the fountains.
I can only tell you just informationally, the people I've spoken to, they are just now becoming aware of this.
Oh, okay.
The first time we spoke about it was at the September workshop. It is now not quite 2 weeks later.
Yeah, right.
That was Tuesday after Labor Day. They're only now finding out, and some of them actually asked me what kind of game is being played, that we want to give some topics a really long time of discussion. And on this one, they were concerned that there may be an unfavorable vote today as far as they were concerned.
All right.
So
well,
just information.
This feels like something that we've spent already way too much time on, you know. But obviously, if there's a solution, a favorable solution, you know, I think Lake Gerard's out, east of the bridge is out. So somewhere in that envelope there, if it can be accommodated to the favorability of the folks on the south side of the lake, I guess, I think would be okay. But otherwise, I think we need to put them up on eBay. So.
Well, I don't find that remark very, I actually find it a bit unsettling, along with the statement, let's just get rid of them. Only from the standpoint that we've got an investment of at least somewhere between $40,000 and $50,000 on these. It's not a debate, Bunky. I just want to offer my position.
I agree with you.
That it's not helpful, I don't think, for our citizens to hear us talk about just getting rid of something without, let me put it this way, on our agenda is not to retain them, but we don't have an option at this point of what are we going to do with them? Are we going to put them up on eBay? How is this taxpayer investment coming back to us? I'm just not certain if I personally have enough information at this point.
Look, if we're not gonna retain them, then yes, they would likely be sold. Why keep them? And get some of our money back. Just because we buy something doesn't mean we are obligated to keep it forever. And I think that there are severe problems here with it that will continue to be problematic wherever we move them, and that they're not natural. So I don't favor them on a natural lake, but also I do hear the health conscious talk about them. We've had people, there was a family on the west side that's complained about the health issues and the aerosols and breathing it. And there's at least one gentleman, if not more, on the east side of the bridge that complain also about health issues and aerosols and breathing it in, not to mention trouble using their own property, their own gazebos or something. So as far as Lake Gerard, you got to remember these three drawings are not all the same scale, okay? So you look at that one in Lake Gerard here, and I think we expose all the people walking around there. which is a lot of people walk around there. A lot more so people than they're walking around Silver Lake, because you can't walk around Silver Lake. So the health issue is a big priority for me, carries a lot of weight. As far as the custodian issue, we could say, hey, you take care of them where they are, but where are they going to be placed? That is the big question, and I'm just want to get it over with.
Is there a health issue on Silver Lake? Because if so, should we stop recreation there as well?
We don't have recreation on there.
Mayor?
We could, I mean.
Mayor, we have an abundance of fishermen.
Kayaks? right?
Not only during the spring and summer, but very heavily fished, especially in the off-season. We have kayakers, we have canoers, we have people who actually walk in the lake. I hope they are very careful when they do that, but I have seen them do that. So my concern on that, and I appreciate Commissioner Bennett bringing it up, because when we get documents that are now public and out on our website that refer to this lake as toxic, I think we need to get DNREC involved, because if indeed it is toxic, we have got different issues than two fountains, in my opinion.
And I'm fine with you, you or us pursuing that, but I want to resolve this issue today. Commissioner LeGree?
The lake is not toxic. The lake is not polluted. The lake is very, very healthy. This lake suffers, like every other lake in Delaware, with blue-green algae. When you pump, and it's in every drop of water, not maybe not every drop, but every 2 drops, it's in every parcel of water that comes out of those pumps and out of the fountains. It's probably not dangerous, but the aerosol contains the particles of the algae. There's oxygen to spare in the lake. The pH is about right. The nutrients are really low in spite of the geese. And it's just a really healthy lake that has algae in it. And I think our problem is to stop spraying fog, mist on the properties on the north side. If you look, Silver Lake runs way to the south. So all the south winds and the southeast wind just pulls the mist and particles of the mist, and you may not even see it. But if you stand on their dock, you'll see little bubbles on your arm come along. But we can't do anything about the prevailing wind. If you're on the west side, you don't suffer from that prevailing wind because there are houses along the side. So our problem is to stop the fog and mist from going onto the properties on the north side of the lake. And I was unaware that there was anything wrong on the west, on the north side of the west. But I guess someone is not happy. But I offered to put a cable at the outlet that's behind my cherry trees over at the end of Prospect. But now I'm wondering if we even have enough power over there to run that pump. I think you have 220 at the other side of the bridge. Well, that'll just keep throwing the breakers on the behind my cherry tree, and I was not unaware of that. But so I don't know. The problem is to stop fogging the north side of the lake. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I just remembered Mike Klingel. You've got 3 houses in a row that are against, and then Mike Klingel's the 4th house, and he apparently was interviewed on TV about the lake and how wonderful these fountains are. So I wanted to pass that on.
Yeah.
Because he called me about it, and I forgot about it. So,
Question, if I may, of the Mr. Miller, DENREC has kind of been mentioned frequently here, and one of the pieces of correspondence that I received, and I think others did too, stated that we originally received written public notice from DENREC 2 months prior to the original fountain installations, so we could voice input. As I recall, there were no negative comments. So what role does DENREC play in this? Because they own the lake, correct?
Right, so anything put out into the lake, like the gazebos that exist now, have to go through DENREC permitting. So the fountains did require a DENREC permit, which was obtained and went through that general process that takes place. And the other thing I wanted to mention, Commissioner, back to your comments, I did go back and pull the invoices. We did purchase the fountains from Envirotech. Those invoices were from June of 2019. So around 2019, they were installed.
That makes more sense.
2019, thank you.
So if there's no further conversation up here, can we go to the public? Mr. Cooper, come ahead, state your name and affiliation.
Yes, Frank Cooper, 96 Eastlake Drive, Rehoboth Beach. I am very much in favor of removing these fountains. There was never any public input in placing them in the first place. The city is woefully lacking in any cohesive way of making aesthetic decisions, and this is a classic case of them just going ahead and doing something with nobody looking at the aesthetic effects of it. Now, there's arguments to be made that this is a waste of money, and it is. It's $40,000, $50,000. It's not a huge amount of money, but we're looking at wastewater bills coming in. We're looking at redoing Wilmington and Baltimore Avenue and wondering where we're going to get the funds for that. This is just ridiculously spent money that I think is kind of an affront to taxpayers to just go ahead and do this without any input. It was couched as perhaps being aerators. Well, the fountains are proven poor aerators. If you need aeration, which we do not, then you would put a bubble system in, it's far more effective. We're in an age where we're trying to reduce the use of fossil fuels and electricity, and this is just a huge waste of energy to pump water into the air for our amusement of some, which is kind of an affront to people who are concerned about energy use and our dependence on fossil fuels. We've established through the commissioners that we are in line with the concept of dark skies. So we have high-powered LED lights shooting up into the sky. So it's contrary to our goals there. But the reason I'm really here is for aesthetics, because that's my thing in Rehoboth Beach.
Or what?
Aesthetics. I care about what this town looks like. And I think every commissioner here has, at one time or another, stated that they want to preserve the charm and character of Rehoboth Beach. This is the antithesis of that. We have a natural lake. It's beautiful. It's got this quilt of private properties and gardens and lawns around it. It, I think, is the most beautiful part of Rehoboth Beach. What in the world, why would you change that? Why would you install fountains in the middle of that? It's already a godsend. You drive across there and look at Tom and John's house and stuff. It's beautiful. It doesn't need Disney World lights. I think the fountains are one thing. The lights are just atrocious. It's just plain tacky. It's ridiculous, and they need to go for the aesthetics of it. It's not consistent with preserving the character of Rehoboth Beach. Rehoboth Beach is where it is because of the beautiful natural lakes. They served as water for Indians and whatnot. Fountains are appropriate when you're building, Shell Brothers is building communities out in cornfields, and they take a backhoe and they dig a thing and call it a lake and put a fountain in it. We don't need to do that. I mean, I get more comments now asking whether this is a man-made lake because of the fountains, because it indicates that this is some Disney World contraption. It's just wrong. It's aesthetically a bad idea, and the city should not be spending money maintaining it or moving it. I mean, do not spend good money after bad. Just get rid of them. Thank you.
Frank, I want to show up on the screen where you live. That's correct me. Is that right there? And Jay Legree is your neighbor. So,
Right.
so you are both right on the corner here. Very good. Thank you very much. Next, Walter.
Thank you, Walter Birmingham, 123 Henlopen Avenue. I'll make no comments for or against, but no disrespect, Mr. Mayor, but we've had problems in the past when commissioners have the potential for going to DNREC or anybody else. And I think if there was a question that was to be asked by Rehoboth, for Rehoboth, it ought to come out of the city manager's office, so we don't have everybody going off on their own thing, so it comes back to a common response. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you. Anybody else, members of the public? Mr. Fabrizio, and then we'll get to you, Rick. Just state your name again and your address, if you would,
Francis
please.
Fabrizio, 123 Lake Drive.
And can you pause a second? I'm going to say that's, you're right about there,
The left of that yellow dot.
over here.
Yeah, I think that white spot is my gazebo.
Okay. Yeah, right there. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Sharp, you mentioned that the nozzle on the fountains had been changed. Yes, it has been.
It was, okay.
Sharon Lynn last year had the intensity of the fountain turned down, moved it a little bit to the east and a little bit to the south. And that was a help, but we still get wet out there when the wind blows from the southwest or blows from the west. Yesterday, there was a fairly good breeze coming directly out of the east, and in the sunlight, you can see clouds of mist wafting towards the bridge. And when it comes out of the southwest, it wafts right into our front yard on the lake. We get it on the dock, we get it on the gazebo. But if there's a nice breeze coming out of the southwest and we want to sit down in our Adirondack chairs and have a drink at night, we're down there for 15 minutes and we're wet. The water, Save Our Lakes had an article in the Cape Gazette maybe a month or 2 months ago, and they called Silver Lake a retention pond. A lot of the drains, the stormwater drains in Country Club Estates, I know on St. Lawrence Street, the end of King Charles, all that stormwater funnels down there and it goes into Silver Lake. So when we have a heavy rain, you know, DNREC closes the beach to swimming. They've got tides, they've got currents that sweep all of that stuff away. So a day later, it's okay to swim. Silver Lake, that stuff goes into Silver Lake and it just stays there, rain after rain. And we're breathing that mist. And I think that's a real problem. Somebody mentioned people using the lake for recreation. The kids out there love those fountains. They run their paddle boards underneath of them. They ride their kayaks through it. And it looks like a lot of fun, but I wonder, you know, what's going to happen. The water is not pleasant. It has a funky smell to it. It's, the turbidity is, it's a foot deep at my bulkhead and I can't see the bottom. Help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fabrizio. Thank you very much. Mr. Perry? Your name and address again?
Richard Perry, 46 Pennsylvania Avenue. I do think that we as citizens of Rehoboth should know what the quality of the water is in both Silver Lake and Lake Gerard. I, for one, assuming that the water quality in Lake Gerard is acceptable, I would have no objection to the fountains coming over there. I live right across from the lake. I'd rather have the dead tree cut down, but it's an eyesore. In any event, the city owns these. I think you should take the time, as Commissioner Sharp has indicated, to give further consideration to this and to do the research necessary to determine whether or not the lakes are an appropriate place from a health standpoint. And as I recall, when these fountains first went in to Silver Lake, everyone was complaining about the aesthetics, that it was Disneyland. A lot of people happen to look at those and say, they're really adding to the atmosphere. They look nice, and for people who travel all over the world, you go into cities in Europe and other places, they have fountains. I personally was not offended by them. I don't live right there, so I don't have to look at them, but I think that has been overstated, quite frankly, and I don't think it's Disneyland. I would encourage you to, again, consider this a little bit further. And as I said, I, for one, would like to know exactly what the water quality is. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, my mind's reasonably made up based on whatever the water quality is. Yes, ma'am, come forward. Will you give your name and what your affiliation is with the city?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Melissa Riesco. I live at 6 Silver Lane. It's right on the lake, but I am not impacted by either of the fountains, so I just want to make that clear. But I do want to say that it sounds to me like the reason these fountains were put in was to be festive at Christmas, and it's turned into a big brouhaha, which is unfortunate because I do think that the fountains do add a little bit of something to Rehoboth. When you're coming in from Dewey Beach onto the bridge and you see those fountains, it does give you a welcoming into Rehoboth Beach. Now, having said that, I also do feel that the people who are adversely impacted by the fountains shouldn't have to put up with that. So I also just want to say that this discussion has really concerned me about the quality of the water on that lake. And so I do think that something should be looked at. If it's got so much bacteria in it that whiffing it when you're going across the bridge is a problem, God only knows what's happening when people are kayaking in there. So I would really encourage you guys to think more about the water. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa. Anybody else? Charlie?
Charlie Garlow, 82 Sussex Street. My wife and I have occasion to walk and or bicycle in this area, even though our home is a little farther away. We love the fountains. We think they're very pretty. We don't think it's ticky-tacky. There's plenty of ticky-tacky around this town, like Route 1, but this is not part of the ticky-tacky. This is great. We appreciate your leaving it alone, or if need be, locate it more centrally so it minimizes the spray. Those who live near a lake are going to have water issues, it occurs to me, and you can always go inside and have your drink inside. Thank you.
Charlie, can I put you on the spot?
Yes, you may.
Climate change and use of the electricity has been brought up. You being an environmental guru, do you have an opinion on that or a response?
Well, yes, there is energy used in running those pumps, but a pump does not draw as much electricity, not very much, compared to a lot of the other things we have, like big screen TVs that also draw lots of energy. We use those sorts of things. I'm in favor of getting our energy from benign sources so that it doesn't add to climate change, but for purposes of getting our lifestyle the way we want it, a reasonable use of electricity from benign sources is okay by me.
You would just state your name and.
Peter Gambrill. I live at 38232 Terrace Road, which is right next to Joe Philippek. He's in the city, I'm
Yes,
not.
right.
I've lived here since '88, and I frankly love the installation. I want to say two things, though. I'm a little concerned about the rate at which some of you seem to want to decide this issue, the rate of time allowed for discussion. Secondly, I think that the lake deserves to be assisted in any way possible. And what I mean by that is aeration. You can get rid of the fountains, and then you can sell the pumps for pennies on the dollar at best. I would suggest keeping the fountains, putting in some sort of aeration system, because if you've been around, you know that every once in a while there are severe algae blooms and dead fish floating all over that lake. Aeration would help the lake, and you'd be paying for the electricity to run the pumps. And that seems like a good solution to me. And if you want to keep the fountains, that would be even better. Move it over to my side of the lake, put 2 on that side of the lake, because nobody on that side of the lake doesn't like the fountains. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to say something? Just limit your time, if you would.
Frank Cooper, 96 East Lake Drive. First off, the electric motors use quite a lot of power, and I think that's one of the things you can notice about this is the huge box and equipment and control equipment that's at the end of the lake, which that's not very attractive. But compared to a large screen, flat screen LED TV, there's no comparison in the energy use there. Pumping water requires a lot of energy. These are, I'm not sure exactly, but I will guarantee you that they've got to be 1 or 2 horsepower motors, 2 of them running all the time. So they use a significant amount of energy for no purpose other than visual pleasure, which is debatable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a clarification.
Yes.
City Manager, when you gave us the numbers at our workshop, did I catch it correctly that the electrical cost is minimal?
Yes.
Around 150?
Yeah, a couple hundred.
Couple
at
$100
most.
annually?
Annually, yes.
Annually.
Mayor?
Good afternoon.
Your name?
Dan Cybers, 38285 Blackstone Avenue, so just out of the city limit, across the street from Peter, who just spoke, and very close to the fountain that's on the west side. I would just say that I think that this is an issue, an unusual issue, because it sounds to me like there's an opportunity to address all the concerns. I'm very much in favor of the fountains. I see them for my house. I like the colors as well as the aesthetic of the fountain. I actually like the sound at night of the fountains. It's very soothing sound. When I just learned about this issue last night, so I did as much reading as I could to get up to date on it. I find out that really it's only been on the table a couple of weeks. When I hear that there have been other issues that you look at for several meetings, it does strike me, as Peter indicated, that there's kind of a rush to judgment as opposed to trying to see what the best solution is for everybody. And I do respect all of the opinions, by the way, that have been voiced. However, if there is a concern, it seems to me there's 2 concerns. One's the mist, just the water itself, and the other one is the health issue for the folks that are opposed. I completely agree that if there's a potential health issue, it should be considered as part of this decision and not separated, because it is integral to the health of the lake, and it's just not just the fountains. So that could be addressed, and if there's not a health issue, as this commissioner indicated, it would be good for everybody to know that. I do see kids all the time. I go across the bridge a lot because I'm right there at the bridge. Kids are at that bridge all the time. They're in the water, they're fishing, people are wading in the water, there's kayaks, there's canoers. There's a lot of activity on that bridge. So this mist, if there is a problem, is not your key problem. There are much bigger health issues than the mist. I would get that issue resolved, understand it before you make a decision. The other one on the mist, move the fountain. It sounds to me from what I've heard that that is a viable option. And as Peter said, if you want to put 2 fountains on our side, I've talked to other neighbors, including last night. I haven't heard any opposition on our side of the bridge to the fountains. So rather, I understand that you have Mr. Mayor, a very deliberate opinion already on the issue, but I would urge you to step back, consider it like you've considered some of these other issues, and take this up after more deliberation.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion here before I kind of outline some paths forward? Commissioner Sharp and then Commissioner.
Just a point of clarification. If I'm not incorrect, which I could be, the lights are independent from the spray because on occasion they were not turned on. So they are independent, Evan? They are independent. So the lights could be turned off in the meantime if there is something that would delay this. Also, I'm encouraged by the fact that I think we've been told a couple of times, Envirotech is coming here in October to talk about
Specifically Lake Gerard.
Lake Gerard. Well, that's a shame. Maybe we could expand their scope for just a bit of questioning about the fountains. And the other thing is, just so everybody knows, the fountains are turned off right after Christmas every year. And they do not resume until sometime in the spring, sometimes even a little bit close to the beginning of May or sometime before Memorial Day. Just FYI, they are not on year-round. They are not on 24/7, which some of our correspondents believes they're on 24/7. They are not. They are turned off at either 10 or 11 o'clock at night and not returned on until 7, I think it's 7 a.m. or thereabouts. Just informational.
Thank you. Commissioner Sharnowski?
Yeah, I've got a few things, so bear with me. Evan, can you speak at all to the water quality of the lake? That's been brought up and everyone's guessing, but do we have any information from DENREC or Envirotech that would suggest that there is a problem?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. So we actually had recent sampling done of Silver Lake, and the sampling was done by Envirotech, so I'm sure when they come to us in October, they could likely talk more to the results of the findings, given that they're the environmental scientists. So we did have sampling done for total phosphorus, total nitrogen, dissolved oxygen, pH, ammonia, turbidity, total suspended solids, alkalinity, fecal coliform, and E. coli. All of those results came back within the desirable range. There were 2 exceptions to that. One was for turbidity, and the other was for total suspended solids. Both were on the west side. And from the report, it says that the potential causes for these results could be due to the water sampler actually disturbing and mixing the sediment of the bottom of the lake during the time of sampling.
Mm-hmm.
That's good to know. From my perspective, I've not heard, and please someone correct me if I'm wrong, but the fountain on the west side does not seem to be a problem with spraying on anyone's property or aerating those pedestrians that are going across the bridge.
That's not true. There is one family.
There is one.
Yeah.
Okay. The one on the east side seems, from what I heard, seems to be the bigger problem, and the more likely cause of spraying people that are when there's a south-north wind, that doesn't make sense. South-north.
No, actually it doesn't.
But that's okay, just stick with it.
Just keep trying.
A southwest wind, it's blowing that one fountain. Evan, you suggested that at the end of Prospect Street, the outlet that Commissioner Legree mentioned, that is an option or is not an option?
It is an option. It would require some updates to the electric panel that's there. So we have been in contact with an electrician, and it would need a new backboard, new weatherproof panel, a new timer, disconnect control box, and an electrical inspection. Estimated cost for that would be $3,240.
So I spoke to a lot of people, and almost everyone I spoke to was in favor. Most on the west side, some people on the east side, closer to King Charles on Lake Drive. Everyone seems to be in favor that I spoke to.
In favor
In favor of keeping
retaining them.
retaining the fountains. But I want to be very, very conscious to the concerns that people have. With one, just the annoyance of getting wet, and also if there is any health concern. So my suggestion would be that we attempt to move that east fountain, utilizing that electric panel at the end of Prospect, which at least visually looks like there's more buffer around it there. I'm not sure what to do with the one on the west side, but it seems to me that, and everyone I spoke to that are in favor of the fountains also agreed that the wind gauge, which is supposed to turn them off or lessen the intensity, is not working. So I think that's number one, is we need to figure out why it's not working and fix it. Right. And I think that's step number one. Mm-hmm. But I'm kind of in limbo on this because I understand that a lot of people like them, but I understand that a few people are concerned. But I think step one, we could minimize the problems just by fixing what those wind gauges are supposed to do in the first place.
Well, and I think Commissioner Chernowski's onto something, because if indeed there is another head for those fountains, which it's been confirmed there is, that would turn them down in the short run.
Well, I heard, Mr. Fabrizio, that they were tall and that they were reduced. Right. So now the reduced head is on there.
No, the highest, they are at the highest height. Or they are, let me put it this way, they are on the west side. They are at the highest level. I believe it mirrors the east side. It does not. Yours is lower? Okay. So the west side could be turned down as well, if there is some figment of imagination that there's concern on the west side.
Well, again, I'm addressing this because of the complaints over the years and the city manager having to deal with it, and then relocating them and, on their own, and then having more complaints come in. So the options I see are removing them, period. If you want to relocate them, which means retain them, if you want to relocate them, I don't want the city manager to make that decision on where they go. Somebody up here has to make that decision, whether it's all of us and we point to the place where we want them to go, or the chair of the Environment Committee, or whoever has to be part of it and decide where they go so that they can receive some of the complaints if they should gel in the future. It's got to stop that the city manager is making these decisions and then being the recipient of all the complaints.
Can I make a suggestion? I would make the suggestion, which is somewhat close to what I think I originally said. I think we should turn them off. We should, to the extent we can, study what the actual hazard that exists with regard to, dispersing mist containing questionable levels of unpleasantness, I guess, into the air. And if that is truly a health concern, it may not sound appetizing or anything that it happens, but I don't know how bad it is. And I think the other solution would be to poll the neighbors on the sort of western side that claim to enjoy or appreciate it, and see if they would be willing, if we, to find out if they were to be located over there, would they be okay with it? Which may take us a little bit more time hashing this out, but But I think that would be my suggestion.
So you pull the neighbors on the one side that
I
seldom ever
I think we
receives
can,
the
I just think
winds.
we can safely say east side, shut that off. And potentially the other side, I don't know. But if, to figure out if you were to locate both of them over to the west side in the vicinity of the folks that seem to appreciate it, and that we actually have buy-in on that, you know, I would consider that. But I think we also need to answer the question whether or not we are actually creating a hazard by keeping these things on. So.
Mayor.
Jay?
Evan did not give the chlorophyll results because it wasn't taken. But once we get a chlorophyll test done, we can know how much algae is in there. I promise you, there's a lot of algae in the lake. That's why it looks green.
Well, those numbers are, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And that that's what goes up in the aerosol. And if you sit on their dock, it'll be green after a while. And it's green because of the algae that's in the aerosol. That was the only thing that was missing. If Evan will pull that report up, that's the only thing that was missing in that report. And we need that to know how much algae.
Well, what I think we need is interpretation of those numbers. You know, what does that mean? Do those numbers equate to unhealthy or healthy or neutral? But I mean, that I think is important. Mm-hmm. However, I've already said, regardless of the toxicity of the water, I don't even want to be breathing in or sending aerosol clean water.
Yeah. And yeah, the numbers Evan gave are numbers of a very healthy lake. But so I think Bunkie is probably shut off the east side and decide where to go from there.
Were you saying shut off east side or both sides?
Frankly, I think you ought to shut both of them down till you find out. You know, I think we need to know that. You know, are we doing something that's detrimental to people's health or detrimental to property or whatever? I think so. And then the other question is, if you shut them off, see how bad people miss it. And I'm not being sarcastic about that. I mean, if people say, when are you going to turn the fountains back on? I think it'd be interesting to know.
Mm-hmm. Plus, I really don't like the idea of a big old switch box and switches and sitting outside on my lakefront. But that's a personal thing.
Would you like one more time? Keep it limited to a minute if you would, please.
Peter Gambrill, Terrace Road, Silver Lane, right on the lake. I'd like to just reiterate that what I'm hearing here is option A or option B, or maybe you turn one offer at a time. I'd like to reiterate and ask you to consider the following. And if I'm not incorrect, there's aeration going on up at the northern lake, or there were a few years ago.
That's underground bubblers. It's not the same.
Well, I would imagine, yeah, you have a lot invested in what's there, and I would imagine, not knowing specifically, that could be converted into pumping air instead of pumping water. And it could be done underwater, so nobody would have air coming up and mist going.
That was your point earlier.
That was my point earlier, and I'm not hearing any of you talk about that. And I just wanted to reiterate it, and I'm done. Thank you.
Well, I know some other time we can get Todd in and talk about the lake. He's got 2 meetings coming up where he's going to be talking about Lake Gerard, maybe a 3rd meeting to talk about Silver Lake. One of the things, for instance, he could address is perhaps water quality, but also the underground bubblers. We haven't had bubblers there because my understanding is that it has not been deep enough to have the bubblers there. So there's a rationale for it, but we can quiz him on that. I would like to see maybe somebody wants to entertain a motion to, Bunky, maybe you do, to turn the fountains off until such time as we determine that they are not a health issue by breathing in the aerosoled water. Now, if we have that motion and agree to that, then it means it will be coming back to us again before we have a permanent disposition of it. But we also have to determine who determines what the health range is for that water. Dr. Tam Beebe or some other chemical person.
Well, aren't there, as Mr. Miller said, aren't there standards that we're meeting by DENREC's reports that have come to us, except for one aspect that Commissioner LaGaree stated that we need, that is the major aspect or would reflect on the health issues. I think this whole thing started out with aesthetics, and you're never going to please everybody with aesthetics because they're either going to like it or hate it. But it has evolved, I think, into these health issues. And just, here is from one of our individuals says, concerns have been expressed about the toxicity of the lake and what might be carried by the wind-borne water droplets. If there are real concerns about this, I would think that a more immediate concern would be the exposure to the lake water by those using the kayaks, canoes, and those fishings at the various locations around the lake. So I would think that since DENREC owns the lake, they also in 2009 went out to, as I found some research here, 58 individuals around the lake sending letters. There was no response to them protesting or encouraging one way or the other, that we consult with DENREC and perhaps Mr. Fritchman also to come back with a report to say, what are the health issues? Are they real, or do they really reflect the aesthetics of this? And Commissioner Markert aspect of shutting them down until we have an answer, I think that we're kicking the can, but we do that well at times. But to have this in front of us for only 2 or 3 weeks, as one of the individuals said here, he only heard about it this morning and trying to react to. I just don't think that that's transparent, and we need to focus on that a little bit more.
Well, and I want to be fair to Mr. Fabrizio and Mr. Childers and John Hall as well, that don't forget that part of their concern, and I believe rightfully so, is they feel not only is it a health issue, but it's a nuisance to them. Mm-hmm. So I would be very amenable to supporting Commissioner Markert's idea of a shutdown with more information so we could make a better informed choice. I am not in favor of today, for some reason that I do not understand, it's an either or.
You want me to make a motion?
Please.
I'm prepared to make a motion. Okay.
Trying to draw the conclusion, where we're possibly headed. Walter and then Suzanne, and you keep it brief, please.
Walter Birmingham, 123 Henlopen Avenue. This has been one of the best discussions you've had, and you've opened it up to the public, which a lot of times you have to have a motion, and then you get important stuff. And I'm going to tell you the unimportant stuff. My wife, deceased, knew more about the ownership of this lake because she did it when it was about the Licato Sewer District. And the state has only said, we own it. Nobody's going to fight the state because they don't have enough money to do it. But the discussion you've had, the good, the bad, the indifferent, and it's called Paul Harvey, Mr. City Manager, that you came out with the results of the study. That would have been nice to know from the people sitting out on this side of the room, because I bet most of you people did not know that. But I stopped at Morton Electric, who has done some of the work on this system. And injecting in the middle of it, you're about to do some stormwater work. And the water that comes down on the west side of Silver Lake Bridge is where they've just rebuilt for the second time, at least the second time, the controls for the lakes, because they had to take them out of the way when the city did the stormwater work. Spent probably thousands of dollars. But I stopped at Morton Electric in Lewis as you turn just past Parcells going towards the ferry. And the man said, we've worked on it 8 times. They are sister owners to Envirotech. So in the middle of it all, Mr. City Manager, you've got a lot of information, and I thank you for contributing that. And everybody here should learn a lot out of it. But this has been enough for tonight. We've cut off a lot of discussions for a lot less reasons. And I don't think it should be tabled, but I think it should be deferred to the next meeting or so. And Mr. Flood and the Cape Gazette is the only reason most of the people in the room know anything about this, and that's only within 2 weeks' notice. So why are we hurrying? Don't, as Commissioner Sharp said, we don't want to unhook them, turn them off. I know a lot about fountains because one of the tenants at a place I help take care of is Solitude, the same thing as these people do. And basically you have just a piece of foam that's covered with plastic to make it float. They have a ring of stainless steel lights go around it. They're all weatherproof fixtures. They're sealed in oil. And they have a pump that sits in the center. You can put all different sizes of pumps. They come great big. But you have, in addition to typically 220, sometimes at the bigger pumps they would be 3-phase, but this usually 220, and they have an extra neutral lead to run the lights. So you're all learning a lot, but I think you ought to come back and let the people that work on it, Envirotech, they know their stuff about it. It's not an advertisement. There's other people that do it also. But you're really giving it a lot of time, Mr. Mayor, and I think we're a lot better off for it. Thank you very much.
Walter. Suzanne?
Suzanne Good, 1 Grove Street. Just a little concerned. I mean, the discussion to me seemed good and balanced. I mean, I don't have a strong opinion about the fountains. They certainly lack the grandeur of like Lac Léman in Geneva, but you know, we own them. They're an investment. But I'm very concerned with the idea of summarily shutting down the fountains, like I guess Monday or whenever streets could do that, when we have, you know, we invested 40 or 50,000 in them. I would just ask you, in going forward, whatever you decide, to me, this, I guess we now determined the equipment is in fact only 3 years old, but I don't know whether moving them at this point makes sense. I think we either keep them where they are, like for instance, the idea of having 2 on the west side and removing that one on the east side. In general, what I'm hearing here, and I'm hearing claims that they're worried it's too much electricity or whatever, I don't believe that for a minute. What I think is you have the vast majority of people, including tourists, who sort of enjoy this novelty. And we're worried about the welfare of just a few people who might, on certain days, you know, not be able to have a mimosa cocktail on their particular pagoda, you know, in their particular pagoda. And I hope you'll just sort of look at everybody's welfare on this and spend no more money moving them and installing new electrical equipment, but rather either decide to keep them where they are or remove one or both of them and put them up on eBay, as someone suggested.
Thank you, Suzanne. I would like to act on them somehow. I do believe they are a nuisance to some of our property owners, and I do believe that they are potentially health risk to those owners. And so I think there's a good compromise here. Turn them both off until we've done further investigation. That means it comes back in front of us again, and we need to articulate to Evan what that further investigation is. But I think that that would be a viable, good outcome to this conversation today.
I agree.
Okay. You want to say one more thing, and then I'm going to close the public portion.
Again, Francis Fabrizio, 123 Lake. I should be able to use my property anytime I want. I started talking to Sharon Lynn a year and a half ago. The first thing that she suggested, we had a dinner party on the gazebo canceled because of the water problem. She said, well, you know, if you want to use your gazebo, give me a call and we'll have it turned off. And I was a little put off by that. I mean, owning my property, I should have the right to use it without interference from the fountains. And it's become a real nuisance. And people have said, you know, this has just come up in the last couple of days. I've been dealing with this for a year and a half, and nothing has happened except the fountain has been turned down a little bit, which hasn't helped me one bit. Same thing for John and Tom next door to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fabrizio.
Is this requiring of a motion, or can you table it?
I would like a motion so that we're all in agreement.
Okay, I'm going to propose a motion that we temporarily turn off the both fountains, and while that is in place, that we obtain some valid and sensible information regarding the health effects of what we have currently been doing to determine exactly what that means. And then at such time that we can assess that, I think we should consider the prospect of minimizing the amount, I don't know if this is a motion-worthy motion, but that would basically minimize the negative aspects that are affecting the nearby neighbors, and possibly improving by relocating one or both to another location on the lake is agreeable to, with the expectation that we can come up with a reasonable solution.
I don't even know how I'd attempt to try to repeat that, but and the only thing I disagree with is the word temporary, because I think that word lends itself to people are going to interpret it that it is coming back.
Well, it may come back.
So I would prefer to take out the word temporary, and everything else you said is fine.
Okay.
Based on further evaluation, et cetera.
Pending further study.
Okay.
So does anybody have a
Shutting the
second?
fountains off pending further study.
Wait a minute, I have no idea what's happening. City Solicitor, earn your paycheck today.
Got anything?
Well, let me try to paraphrase it, simpler,
Right.
okay? See if you agree with this.
Okay.
That we authorize the city manager to turn off the two fountains on Silver Lake to afford additional study into the health effects and other negative impacts to see if they can be resolved or something.
Okay, sure.
Second.
Okay.
Bunky, so
So we
moved.
have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Bunky Markert, and a second by Commissioner Jay Legree. The motion is to turn off the two fountains on Silver, authorize the city manager to turn off the two fountains on Silver Lake until further investigation is done into the health impacts and any other negative impacts on the lake.
Just
Discussion? Yes,
a
ma'am.
clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
When you say any other negative impacts, are you also, does that mean looking for other options of where to potentially relocate?
Well, we have options.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't know that I believe all these options at the moment are the only options. So I'm just saying, if
Can these
it's-
come back on the table? Sure,
Okay,
sure.
and possibly
But the whole point is,
some other ideas.
we're asking for them to be turned off till we do further investigation. And the further investigation can be health, other impacts.
Okay.
And consideration of additional relocation.
Okay.
Options.
Just
I'm okay with that.
friendly adjustment, if we, just to say impacts as opposed to negative impacts, so we can come with this as a open.
Are you
question.
okay with that?
Sure.
Are you okay with that?
Yes.
No, Jay, he seconded it.
Great, he's the second.
Yes, I agree, second.
All right, is there any further discussion up here? So we have a motion on the floor and seconded to authorize the city manager to turn off the two fountains on Silver Lake to allow for additional investigation into the impacts of the fountains on the lake. Is that
good.
short enough,
I like
sweet
it,
enough? We'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Ed Chernowski.
Can you come back to me? I'm struggling with this
We
one.
can. Commissioner Gossett.
Aye.
Commissioner Bennett.
Aye.
Commissioner Markert.
Aye.
Commissioner Sharp.
Aye.
Commissioner Legree.
Aye.
Commissioner Shanowski.
I'm gonna abstain. This path forward, it just isn't clear to me.
That's all
and-
right. You don't have to say anything else more. With that, the chair votes yes, and the motion carries, 6-1, in terms of authorizing the city manager to turn off the 2 fountains as noted. Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody out there. We appreciate your opinions. With that, we're moving along. We're doing pretty good. Believe it or not.
In what universe
clock are you looking
we
at?
doing pretty well?
I told Ann I would get her home by
Well, we're
7
done.
o'clock. I didn't, but I didn't say PM or AM, did I?
All in your perspective.
Did you call the lady for KKK and Care? I just lost that. Would you briefly explain?
Sure, Mayor.
What the situation is? And then I'd like to turn it over to Ed. He probably has a comment. He was not here last meeting.
Sure.
But he listened to the meeting, and I think he has an offer of a compromise, and I think you have kind of drafted something to maybe reflect that. So let's see how far along we can get. This is not something we're going to vote on tonight, but we're going to do some additional discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. So you all will recall that at the workshop meeting, we had Karen from KK Care attend the meeting and present sort of her business model and some of the challenges that they face. For those who don't know, KK Care is a valet trash, recycling, yard waste service available to anybody who is interested. The challenges that they face are abiding by the existing city code, which basically requires that cans not be put out any sooner than 6 p.m. the day prior to collection, and that the cans must be put back prior to 9 p.m. the following day or the day of collection. The challenges mainly expressed by Karen was the challenge with not putting any cans out prior to 6 p.m. In the summer, a certain time of the year, the sun tends to go down a lot earlier, so it gets dark prior to 6 o'clock or right around then. Also, impending storms, weather events really impedes their ability to do that. So typically what they do is their program is to, when they are pulling cans back from the prior day, they are pulling cans out for the next day. So Karen's recommendation or thought was to go more towards a 24-hour approach where cans are not allowed to be kept out on the city street longer than 24 hours. So right now, certainly the code exists where it's much longer than 24 hours. 27 hours is currently the allowable time limit. So that is in summary what Karen had proposed. I did take a look at some other municipalities. Lewis, for example, they have that property owner can't put cans out any sooner than noon the day preceding the day of collection. We also had some correspondence, I believe, in the agenda advocating for maybe 24 hours prior to collection day. So certainly the discussion is up to you all in terms of what you think would be allowable. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Evan. As I mentioned earlier, Commissioner Sharnowski was not at the last meeting. He listened to the videotape and made a suggestion to me. I wonder if you would share that with us, Ed, what your possible amendment is or alternative.
Yeah, Mayor, I just, you know, I like I said, you know, I think that I tried to go back to why did we change the ordinance, put this in place? And it's because people were leaving it for days, weeks at a time, particularly property owners that are just here on the weekends or 1 or 2 weeks at a time and go back to their primary residence. So I think the suggestion that Karen came up with you know, making it 24 hours is certainly one that we should consider, and I think it makes sense.
Well, Evan kind of drafted something here, and essentially it just just be wordsmithing the code there. And so instead of not earlier than 6 p.m. on the day prior to collection day, it would be 24 hours prior to collection day. Now, 24 hours prior to collection day means they can put it out as early as midnight 2 days before. I would rather say that 16 or 17 hours prior, which means they can't put it out prior to 5 a.m. or 6 p.m., depending on which way you go. I think either way, it helps serve the vendors, the valet vendors, and achieves essentially what we're trying to do. And that is, as Commissioner, you mentioned, keeping cans out there. The worst case was keeping cans out there for an entire week or 5, 6, 7 days. And I think this will help the vendors as well as not cure our problem, but help out tremendously.
The other thing, Mayor, I just want to clarify was that there weren't any proposed changes to the deadline or the time in which cans would have to be pulled back. So the cans could, theoretically, I mean, based on the draft that's I have sort of come up with, the 24 hours prior to collection day, the requirement to have the cans back before 9 p.m. on collection day would remain in place. So I just wanted to clarify that.
So again, this is not a zoning issue, it's just a trash collection issue that's applicable to refuse, yard waste, recyclables, and it's addressing a problem that it's hard to enforce, because we can certainly enforce it, but then we're liable to put valet out of business.
We have two issues here. I don't think the vendor is the issue with putting cans out an hour early or 2 hours early. I think that's fine because they come and put them back. The issue is the cans that are out there for 6 or 7 days, which all summer long drive all around town. We don't enforce it. So whether we change the time here or not, it doesn't matter. We don't seem to be enforcing the fact. There's a house next to me that has cans out on average of 5 to 6 days.
Well, I agree with you, and I think
so. So I would say, I don't mind. I don't think the vendor is the issue with putting a can out a couple of hours early because of the getting dark or because of a storm or something. It's the issue of the people that continually just leave cans out and we don't seem to enforce it.
Well, a couple things. One is the vendor's not putting it out just 1 or 2 hours earlier. They're putting it out as early as 8 a.m. prior to that 6 p.m. date
Well, then that
that's
is a
in the
problem.
code. So that's a problem. And that's where I think is changing it to 16 or 17 hours before helps. The other thing is city manager, I believe, has been very reluctant to ticket because what do you do to the vendor? You know, you ticket them and enforce it, and then they throw their hands up and they go out of business or something. This, I think, will help resolve it and send a message to the vendor, as well as send a message to residents that also are still violating it. And then the order would be absolutely, we need to start enforcing it, because I think that is the key to making this work, not to change something and then to go lax again.
I'd like to make a comment. The issue one of the things I'm just trying to establish is the issue. I think the issue is that, at least in the past, before we got these larger cans and everything, like people would be putting trash out. Sometimes they'd be putting the trash bags out, and the longer it's out there, it's more opportunity for raccoons to get into it, or something like that, or just the fact that it's sitting out there and it doesn't aesthetically.
We have codes addressing that.
Right. Okay. But aesthetically, I mean, it's aesthetically having the cans out there. I mean,
I'm talking about recycling cans that go out on Sunday that don't get picked up till Friday.
Okay, so
that's
it's
what I'm
both
talking
full,
about.
but it's both full and empty cans? Is that what we're talking? It's not that they're.
Yeah, it's just leaving the cans
Just
out.
leaving the cans out, okay. Yeah, the concern for me typically is, we usually leave like on Tuesday, and actually the only thing I'm concerned about is the lawn waste, because that only gets picked up like once every 2 weeks, and if I miss that, then it's like, that's kind of a hardship.
Exactly.
Exactly. So anyway, so I want to make sure I typically put it at a day before, which I don't think is a big problem, because like nobody's gonna be getting into my lawnways, you know? I mean, it's not like an attractive thing for animals.
When are you putting your can back?
My neighbor brings it back.
Okay, so
Bringing
that's
bringing
good.
it back is fine. To me, it's getting it out a little earlier, because so I can get it out there, I can leave it. So that's my concern.
So can we get any other feedback on this? I'm gonna say 17 hours, which puts it out at 5 a.m. as the earliest. I mean, that may be ridiculous there, but.
Because, I mean, pickup is pretty early, at least where I'm at, you know?
Well, 5 a.m., remember, is the day before.
Right, but I'm just saying, when the city says you can put it out versus when they pick it up, you know, what's that time delay? I'm just curious, because.
I don't understand.
I'm just saying, from 6 o'clock, it's probably less than 12 hours, right? From when they can pick it up.
From when it's, well, if they put it out at 5 a.m. the day prior to collection,
Okay.
then that means, 12 till 5 a.m. the day of
30 hours.
collection. So it's liable to be out there 27 hours before the earliest of pickups. And that's only if you are the first pickup of the day. So 27 hours is a maximum amount of time it should be out there. Although, that's not true, because that's until pickup. But then you've got from pickup, say at 8 a.m. till 9 p.m., that's another 13 hours.
Put it at any time.
So that, I mean, that's a heck of a long time.
Well, I'm more concerned about how much, the put-out time, not the pickup time. I mean, I think the pickup time, once it's empty, I mean, you can get a service or somebody to do it, or your neighbor or whatever. I think that's pretty easy.
But what we're talking about now and what the mayor's suggesting is making it more lax than what it currently is right now.
Yeah.
And I need some help, Mayor, because I could swear you were the co-sponsor of this to begin with.
Tell me whether that's good or bad before I.
You're turning red.
I'm not going to buy that.
The answer is yes.
Yes. And I looked at picture after picture after picture that Stan Mills had taken because of complaints from residents about overflowing cans, or cans that have been left out too long, or just containers, like a plastic container or a paper container, which you can still do in today's world. So I thought what we were trying to accomplish is the nuisance that folks said that was causing. How would this alleviate that?
Well, it doesn't to the same degree, but it still keeps those people out from putting it out 4, 5, 6 days in a row. But what it does is it focuses on the valet vendor. That what we have found out is there's a problem with the situation, that the 6 p.m., it's not a deadline, but the 6 p.m. time, that's the earliest you can put out trash for pickup the next day, 6 p.m., works wonderful for the resident. You know, my house, I walk outside and I do it all myself. I put it out there. I'm fine. I'm fine putting it out at 6, 7, 8, or 9 or something. But the valet vendors, to ask them, I mean, I was all for making them adhere to our rules until I started analyzing it a little more. And I found out
Give me some credit.
that the vendors that she said she has 400 clients. And in the South on a Thursday and Friday, she's got to get 400 units out. And she, if you remember right here, said it's impossible to get 400 out starting at 6 p.m.
Well,
And so that's what I think we're trying to react to.
it's impossible based on the number of people one has doing it.
We could force her to shut down her business.
No, I'm just saying she's been such an asset to folks. But the business has grown, if I understood what she said, from 70 to 400. So When your business model changes, is it me? Everybody's now looking at me.
I agree.
When your business model changes, don't you have to react to the change rather than asking the relief come from the city that impacts the entire community? I'm a little confused on that one.
Let me
And somebody
give
help
you-
me.
One, let me just first start off by, we're talking about two different things here. One, we put in this ordinance so that we didn't have trash cans all over the place, just sitting there for days, weeks at a time. There's an enforcement issue, aside from what we're talking about here with the time, which really affects the valet vendors. People are just not adhering to this ordinance at all. There's an enforcement issue. Then we did get one complaint, and it was particularly focused on the valet vendor because they are going early and pulling cans out. And so this is one example that Karen gave, is that on days where they're picking up trash cans, but also have to put out the new recycling bins at the same time, so they're pulling trash, they're putting the trash back in, but pulling out the recycling, it does not make sense to go to that house 2 times a day. They pull in one, bring out the other. And when I analyzed that and talked to the mayor, I said, I don't want to be responsible for telling 400 plus of our constituents that they now need to pay more money because we want them to go pull the can out early in the morning and then go back to take the recycling out. When we made up this 6 p.m. time to solve this issue, it was arbitrary. And after hearing that from the vendors that are actually doing the work, it doesn't make sense. So why not just adjust the time? We're still solving the problem of cans just being out there for days, weeks at a time.
Well, how many valet vendors do we have?
So KK Can Care is certainly probably the largest valet vendor, and then I've also been told that some of the rental agents also have sort of started their own valet service too, so they'll service some of these rental properties. The other thing I want to mention is what Karen had mentioned, I believe, in her presentation to the commissioners was they are not the only ones certainly in violation of the ordinance. It's also residents and property owners. Certainly, it has been relaxed in terms of enforcement, and we are more than happy to enforce it. One of the things that we have been working on is a tag that we can tag each receptacle with. That would include, in the event that it is a violation, a notice of violation. It would include other applicable information that could be used not only by code enforcement, but also the streets department. So your can does not have a tipper mechanism. Your can's out on the wrong collection day. It contains contamination, other things like that. So we're working on a more efficient enforcement method from that sense. But again, I think this mainly stemmed from some of the concerns that was expressed from the collection vendors and complaints from residents. So,
Carolyn?
For city resident, I want to point out something. When she's putting the can back and putting one right out, there's one can on the street. She could have left the one that she's putting back out there till 9 o'clock at night. So to me, that's not a big deal. We allow yard waste in bags to go out any time. So in theory, they could sit out for 2 weeks. You know, you put a yard waste bag out on the Thursday after the day before, they're allowed to be out and they're allowed to sit out 2 weeks. So I like the idea, if Lewis is noon, even say it's noon the day before. You know, they tend to wait until they know the pickup has occurred. And we need to allow people to work smarter and not ask them to work harder, okay? And they do it all on bike. I watch them. It's not safe to wait till after 6 o'clock in the winter. It's dark. And in the summer, I would argue that you got more people coming into town to go out to dinner, that it's not safe to wait until after 6 o'clock at night to go around on their bikes and start pulling out all these cans. So from a safety perspective, I think it's, you know, making it allowable earlier is good. The other thing is if, you know, Mr. Mayor, if you need to go out somewhere, you need to be gone one night and it's a pickup day and you need to leave at 4 to get where you are, you're probably going to put your can out at 4 o'clock. Even though, well, and maybe not, but.
I'm going to call you.
Well, but if I need to go somewhere, I don't want to feel like I have to make special arrangements for somebody to come over because I need to leave 2 hours before 6. I think it needs to be relaxed because they can leave the can out until 9 o'clock at night to go back if they want.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Evan, I know you spoke with the vendor a few times about the 6 p.m. time frame, about 3 p.m., about noon, about, can you briefly summarize some of the reactions to those offerings at different time frames?
Yes, and I believe one of the times we'd even talked about was noon, so noon prior to collection. My understanding is that still would not be possible for them. Again, their whole business model is based on as they return a can from that day's collection, they are pulling a can out for the next day. And they tend to follow our streets crews. They know when they start, where they start, and so they will almost follow directly behind them. So as soon as the can is emptied, they're dragging it back and they're pulling out the next can for the following day.
Ooh.
Too big, but too big. There you go. This is something Evan did to reflect it, what we've been talking about. I think the only change I would deal with is get rid of the 24 hours and change it to the 16 or 17 hours, depending on, again, whether you want it at 5 a.m. or 6 p.m. But I wanted you to see that. I think it's a simple thing. I think it's something that we can monitor, but if we do it, I would certainly be directing the city manager to start enforcing it. I mean, obviously, we would have to do an education program and fulfill that and have that successful before we start enforcing, but I think it's time that we do that kind of thing. And of course, some of the main enforcement starts with the valet vendor, but also our residents that are violating it also, so.
So a question with regards to this suggestion. You're saying, though, that would treat trash bags differently? So, because if you take this disposable containers not earlier than 5 a.m., so we would do everything, allow trash bags to put out 24 hours before and containers 20 hours before. Is that how I'm reading your suggestion?
No, the individual bags that go out, they can only go out the morning of collection.
Well, that's what I'm reading, but I think that was struck. It says the collection day and shall place any refuge in disposable containers not earlier than 5 a.m. on collection day. So that's
a mistake. Yeah, that's a good catch.
So what I would suggest, and this to kind of keep it as simple as possible, I would agree to loosen this up a little bit, but we've established 5 a.m. for trash bags. Can't we say 5 a.m. for trash containers? So
on the day prior or?
On the day prior, 5 a.m. the day prior.
On the day prior.
It's kind of like you get 5 a.m. in your mind as opposed to every other week for.
That's more clear certainly than 16 or 17 hours, and then they're not going to know when
what Wednesday it is.
When do you start counting the day before? Because you've got to count the day of collection starting at midnight, work backwards. So that's a good.
And what happens on daylight savings time?
Daylight savings time would be, we wouldn't be able to deal with it.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Do you have a 3-day leeway? Or is that
And leap year.
So are we okay with massaging this and presenting it at the next meeting?
But just so we're clear, so you have a 3-day leeway? Is that the?
That would be
No, it's still only about.
It's 24 plus another.
Well, 17 hours. 17 hours plus 9 hours equals.
26 hours.
Well, 5 AM the
26
prior.
26
So that's
hours.
24, and then I have until 9 that night, right?
How are you doing it
Pull
here?
it back.
Midnight
To pull it back.
of collection day to 5 AM is 17 hours. Do you get that?
Right.
And then midnight on collection day, midnight to 9 PM. Ooh, that's
39 hours, it was a 30.
20,
It's 24 plus until 9
21
PM.
hours. 21, 22, 23, 20, 21 and 21 and 17 is 38 hours.
And how many
How long?
seconds?
38 hours.
Yeah, so you got 3 days.
Yeah.
38 hours is 3 days.
Where do
Well,
Basically.
No, 24, a day and a half, Well, let's, for the sake of time, because we want to get to a couple of these parking things, let us tweak this and present it at the October workshop.
And I have to state the obvious, Mayor, because you and I were here at least when this came up before, and the reason we passed it was contingent on enforcement.
Yes.
And we are right back here. I don't know how many years it's been, so I'm not particularly believing that it's a credible thing that we hinge things on enforcement, but maybe it will be an opportunity for us.
Well, I think if I could just tackle on that, almost everything we keep talking about nowadays is enforcement and the lack of enforcement. So I think as we start going into the budget talk season, I think we need to talk about, are we adequately staffed for enforcement?
And I appreciate that, because I've asked that question before, and I think it's worth asking it again. Yes, absolutely. Because something's wrong. Something's wrong that we keep getting criticism for non-enforcement and the reality of non-enforcement.
Well, I think we could have enforced it, but I think it would have revealed this problem much earlier, because we would have been giving many enforcement notices to the valet companies. And so it may have come to a head earlier, but I agree. We've got to do a much better job at enforcement. We do a lot of work to create these rules, and we need to enforce them to ensure their success. Anything else? Any members of the public want to? I don't see anybody. Go ahead.
Richard Perry, 46 Pennsylvania Avenue. I happen to be a user of KCAN, and so I've watched them from the very beginning. What they're running into, from just my perspective, and I haven't talked with Karen about this, is they try to stick to the rules in terms of when they put the trash bins out. But when there's a prediction for a major storm coming through at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. at night, yeah, they do slide a little bit, and around 4 o'clock or so, they may be putting, the trash bins out. But they're never left later than 9 p.m. As a matter of fact, they're almost back in my yard right after the truck comes and picks up.
Yeah.
So I question whether or not the focus should be on the vendors. I don't believe the vendors are leaving them out there for 5-6 days. Those are homeowners.
Yes.
Correct. So I don't, yeah, you're correct. I don't think the vendors would be violating. I mean, we're still going to enforce it fairly, but I think you're right.
Yeah, but I sort of heard that, we haven't been enforcing it against the vendors, and I just don't think that should be the focus. I think it should be the residents.
Haven't been in enforcing it against anybody, because again, Evans mentioned that residents are the problem too. You can't just drive down the road if you're not familiar with KK Care does that one, and that one, but that resident put out something. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Frank, did you want to offer something short and sweet?
I think maybe city's getting a bad rap on the enforcement. It's not perfect. I'm sure there are bad examples, but generally, I think that the rule change got the message across, because in my neighborhood, that the practice of putting your stuff out on the weekends and coming back the next weekend went away. So I don't think that enforcement may need tweaking, but I think the rule's good. I think it's largely done a good job. So I wouldn't be too negative about it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Frank. Anybody else? Thank you very much. So we have our path forward on this. What I will do is like to go to parking issues because that's a timely thing, but I'd only like to do the first 3 bullets. The 4th bullet we can put off until a future meeting. And then as far as new business A, appointment of Trees and Green Infrastructure Committee Chair, I forgot to mention him. You know, my program is usually I introduce something new at a workshop meeting, and then at the following meeting we vote on it. I did not introduce that Bunky offered to be chair of the Trees and Green Infrastructure. So I put it on here. And so if we feel comfortable, we can certainly vote for it tonight. But there's also no problem with putting it off until the next meeting. Can we let's get rid of that. Would you feel comfortable voting on new business A tonight to get that out of the way?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Well, well, let's get a motion.
Mayor, I move we appoint Francis Bunky Markert to be the chair of the Trees and Green Infrastructure Committee.
Second.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Ed Stranowski and a second by Commissioner Tim Bennett to make the appointment of Francis Bunky Markert to the chair, actually, of the Trees and Green Infrastructure. Are there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Did you vote for yourself?
I abstained.
You can vote for yourself, always. So we'll have a unanimous vote, and congratulations, Bunky, and thank you for doing that. So let's go to the parking issues. This, Tim, I think we were really doing this based on your desire from the last meeting, talk about parking season, and the different things might be as far as the season goes. What is the length of the season, which would be apropos for permits and parking meters at the same time, or parking meters, the cost and time limits, and parking permits, the cost, time limits, and issuance of permits. I think issuance of permits is referencing how many free permits and who gets them. Do you want to lead the discussion at all? Or?
Oh, I don't, so the parking season length, I have no issue with. My thought was, or if I remember correctly, is we have a number of 30-minute parking spots around the city, and that could we decide that after 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. that they become full parking spots, because I think there's far too many of them sometimes late at night, and I think we could utilize those better. I think they sit empty when people see the 30 minutes.
After 5 go, well.
I don't know what the time is, that's what
Yeah.
but I just think we should consider maybe making those 30-minute spots full spots for people that want to come in for dinner or go to entertainment.
And yet my experience is that I do a lot of carry out. And I enjoy finding those 30-minute meters and putting in 15 minutes worth or 20 minutes worth. So I enjoy the 30-minute meters. Now, I could still
I don't think we get rid of all of
park
them,
20
yeah.
minutes at a full-time meter too. So it's just that the 30-minute meters tend to be open more than the other ones. But I could.
The problem is, in some places, they make sense into the evening, and other places, they don't make sense. It's inconsistent. So I think it's hard to, have a blanket and say that, they should change after 5 or 6 p.m.
But I know we have a map of the 30-minute meters that Evan has. And one of the specific areas that I've always been frustrated about is there in front of the Wooden Indian. There are 5 or 6 30-minute meters.
Right.
And Wooden Indian closes at 6 o'clock and what have you, and Jaycon Scott, and those spaces sit empty, and it's primarily restaurants around the area. So again, those specific areas, if we could
And all those in front of
with-
Lingo's, I think there's 8 or 9 of them in front of Lingo's as well on Baltimore Avenue that are all 30 minutes. So-
But just the use area of that, and I know, Evan, we've talked about this before, and we do have the physical capability
Yes.
changing the meters from, if you will, 10 to 5,
Yeah.
30-minute, and then 5 to 10, you know.
Yeah, from our standpoint, it would really just be signage, updating the signage, and then also just changing Park Mobile. Other than that, the meters are already configured, so it would be relatively simple change.
And we could be inconsistent with those 30-minute
Yes.
spots.
Mhm.
Well, I think that based on, I think it's spot driven. It should just be up to the discretion of the city manager on which ones continue into the evening and which ones stop at 5.
So that's one idea. Do you have any others? You did mention at the last meeting, looking at parking specific to raising additional revenues to help pay for Wilmington, Baltimore, or Beach Patrol, and
yeah, that
things
was-
like, things like that versus going to the property owner. Do you
Right,
wanna
that was in reference to the, I think we have 1.5 million additional revenue this year. Is that, could we use those monies, which I think Commissioner Sharnowski may have mentioned early, on other capital projects or other projects? That's what that was related to.
So you didn't have any
I wasn't asking to go up, to raise the parking
rates and stuff like that? Okay.
Although I think, maybe in the future we
You
need to do that.
you did mention $5
$5 again for
on the
beach block, which I do agree with, but I know there's no support for that.
Mayor, I'll make a broad statement. I think Commissioner Gossett talked about having a comprehensive parking study done. I personally, and I'll also speak on behalf of the Streets and Transportation Committee, which talked about this a little bit yesterday. I am not in favor of making any changes until that study happens. So I would suspect that any changes we make on these 3 bullets wouldn't happen until the year 2024, after that study is completed. And I would like to add in with that study traffic as well.
I'm glad you said that, because I was going to ask about, could traffic be folded in as well? And I'm also curious if we have a vision that maybe we could have recommendations by 2024. When could we possibly send out a scope of work like this? Would it be something we would do? I mean, what is the barrier? I guess I'm trying to ask, what is the barrier to sending that out for an RFP or whatever now?
It's not budgeted, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think there would be, I would look for some guidance from the commissioners in terms of what some of the deliverables would be from that study. I know there's been discussion, I'm thinking back to the 2018 Parking Advisory Committee recommendations to look at streets where there's existing parallel parking, convert that to perpendicular parking. So there are a variety of different, I think, recommendations that have been thrown out. So I think trying to have a better understanding of what the objectives of the parking study would be very helpful in determining what that RFP request would look like. But I mean, that could be something that we work on now, and depending on how much we think it would cost, pursue whether we can get it within the current fiscal year budget or whether it would need to be rebudgeted for next year.
Well, I think I'd like to see you do the foundation of what should be in that report and then share it with us at a workshop meeting so that we can have our input and tweak too. I think that's good. We just need to be mindful that we want to have something ready for the summer, because that's our, especially if it's a traffic study, that's our biggest problem area there. And so we'd have to generate that. And then some of the parameters could be looking at these exact things we were talking about, the duration of the meter season and the permit season and the costs and the fees and all that thing. I just want to share with you real quick. I didn't know where this was going, so I did my own little analysis of parking permits. You know, the weekday daily is $15. Okay, well, for $15, if you compare that to a meter at 12 hours a meter, that's $1.25 an hour. That's 41% of the $3 fee. So where I'm headed at with all these, the parking permit system is pretty good deal. 3-day weekend, you're paying about $1.25 for the permit. For the weekend daily, you're paying $1.07 an hour compared to $3 an hour. That's almost a third. Seasonal transferable, $250. That gets you, if my math is right, gets you 1,440 hours, which comes down to 17 cents an hour. What a deal, you know? So I just thought those were kind of interesting. Again, I wasn't sure where we were going with that, but is there anything else? I will share with you, the Chamber of Commerce, Carol sent Evan and me some notes on some notes on some things for the parking staff to deal with. But beyond that, she said, here's some positive feedback on parking. The consistency of both the date, May 15 to September 15th, and the time frame, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., has been both a positive and clear message appreciated by the visitor and business community. Removal of the 3-hour time limit has received a very positive response. City printed parking and walking guide has been popular and very well received. With millions of visitors to downtown, the more simplified and consistent the rules are, the easier it is on everyone. And then the final note, the question of why isn't there a parking garage continues to be asked. So those are from the Chamber of Commerce there. Is there any further comments on parking? Remember, this is our opportunity that if indeed we are going to consider changing something, we've got those time constraints before the chamber goes to deadline for their brochures and the ditto for the city. Commissioner LeGree?
Can we give this information to the Streets and Transportation Committee and have them work on objectives for an RFP and present that back to us, and we'll send it out?
Sure. Ed, you have
that's,
a new mission.
that's fine.
So Mayor, for season 2023, are you thinking we will have some changes or everything will remain constant in 2023?
Based on this conversation today, the only thing that could possibly change would be the 30-minute meters going to all around, because we haven't brought up anything else.
The cost of permits, right?
What?
You brought up the cost of permits being
Yeah, I mean,
41%.
that, you know.
Are you advocating to raise the cost?
No, I was just trying to be prepared that if you brought it up.
Well, that's why I want to know whether you think we should raise the price.
So that you get the headline over me, then.
You're going to allow citizen comment shortly?
Shortly, yes. So is there anything else by the commissioners? So we're kind of dropping the parking thing. Now, one thing, that fourth bullet, we do need to talk about, and we'll talk about that, because it's something that needs to be resolved before the next season, so we will likely continue the momentum and bring that up, hopefully at the October workshop, if not because we've got a lot on our agenda. Yes.
To go back here, though, if we work on the 30 minutes for next season, that's fine. But my suggestion earlier, which was commented on by Commissioner Chernowski about engaging a parking consultant, is what do we figure out, and how do we write the RFP? I think the report that we had from the Parking Committee 5 years ago now, there were retired professionals on that certainly gave us work to go forward with. I think there were 17 or 24 points that they suggested. And then this note from Carol, I think to sit down with a consultant and say, tell me what we need to do, or tell me what I don't know. It's not for us or a committee to work on this. We need to get professional help with regards to this, because we've been dealing with parking since day one here, and I don't know that there was a parking study done in like 83, 85, I believe, was the last one. So again, for the city manager to work with a parking consultant to begin an RFP process or what have you, but we don't know what we don't know. And I think we have enough data here of Carol's information and the parking committee report from 3 or 4 years ago to go forward with it.
Well, I agree. We want a professional, but I don't see any reason why us individually or the street and transportation can't make at least some suggestions, you know?
Oh, that's fine with me too, but let's just get this thing rolling.
Yeah, well, that's what we're here to do. Suzanne?
Suzanne Good, 1 Grove Street, and I followed pretty closely the Parking Advisory Committee, which was sunsetted in 2019. I'm hearing a discussion, and I'm concerned there's been some decision-making that has not been shared with the public. Now,
Such
maybe I'm
as?
wrong.
Such as?
Well, just for background, in February of this year, at the one meeting of that day, there were 3 meetings total, at which a vote had to be taken, as it turned out, on parking. Commissioner Gossett, understandably, for I think there was a medical appointment, was not present. And the Chamber of Commerce had its sort of ideal calendar handed to them, which was May 15th to September 15th. In spite of a lot of people, including Commissioner Bennett, pointing out, let's just give the example of what's about to happen by, or actually already happened by about 4 p.m. today. From 4 p.m. today, Friday, until approximately 4 p.m. Sunday, there will be a huge volume of people parking for free. And this also happens Friday, 4 p.m. till about Sunday, 4 p.m. in April and in October. And so I am really worried that we're about to hire a consultant to study parking and traffic. And we're de facto putting off any changes in parking until the summer, any major changes in parking until the summer of 2024, especially because in February of 2022, we were specifically promised that there's not enough time to print the brochures and we can't get it situated for summer of 2022, but we will revisit the entire topic by fall of 2022, which is where we are now, in order to situate things for the summer of 2023. Now, I'm not a business owner, as many of you know, but I'm extremely sympathetic to the business community. I mean, I absolutely respect how hard it is to run a business and how, of course, their business goes better if there's more available free parking. People are influenced by how much it will cost them to park on top of whatever they're buying, whether it's food or anything else. But at this point, I just don't understand quite why what we were told in February of this year, we're now saying we need another consultant, which to me is sort of kicking this whole topic down the road another actually 22 months at this, more, another full season. But so whether there's any concern, we have an environment committee. Charlie Garlow has left. But as an example, in April, you have 75, 80, almost 85 degrees on a Saturday or a Sunday. You get a backup of cars beginning 4 p.m., often lasting until 6:30 p.m. If the parking weren't free, people wouldn't be inclined to just stay till around 4 o'clock when they got tired. They might only park for a few hours. So you would mitigate the traffic jams, which is, something to me that if we really care about the environment, we would want to do. But it's more that the revenue that the city needs to run the refuse collection in April and October. I even saw today, it didn't even shock me, actually more like 9 a.m. in Grove Park, a family which had decided that its double stroller was no longer functioning just left the double stroller by one of the city's trash cans. So now that we're no longer charging for parking, this is all on the general fund to take care of getting rid of a double stroller. The people don't want to haul it up Route 5 to the transfer station themselves or whatever. But I just maybe want some clarification, and I think there's the whole point of starting this discussion in September of 2022 too, is to do as we were told would be done for the following season, which would be beginning, in my view, weekends in April 2023. So I hope there's something I don't know, because I was just shocked to hear the only thing you're really focusing on is those 30-minute meters on, in various locations, whether they should be, allow a longer time period all of the time or after 5 p.m. or whatever. But anyway, I think one of the main reasons we need to do this is because there are a lot of essential infrastructure costs looming, including the phase 4 of the wastewater treatment plant, which we haven't fully funded to, whatsoever. So why would we allow this much sort of a free good with a lot of externalities, including our restrooms being cleaned, our streets department working sometimes till, I saw them working at 8 p.m. on Sunday nights in April because we had such a deluge of visitors. And I've just anecdotally noticed that you often have more people in early May on weekends when it's free, the parking is free, than the first week of June on a weekend. It happens. People are, unfortunately, they're very driven by how much it's going to cost them. And we are, as all of you know, within a easy drive of a lot of places, which is much less expensive than, flying on an airplane or other, other leisure activities. So I think the summer of 2023 is on the table, all aspects of it, including extending the permit period until 10 p.m. to be consistent with the meters.
Thank you, Suzanne. There was an article yesterday, Thursday, September 15th, in the News Journal, is parking free in September? And it's just very general, but it's kind of interesting to compare the different towns. Lewis, their parking enforcement's 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Their season is May 1 through October 14th. They have two different areas and values for their meters, one near Lewis Beach and one in the commercial town area. But they're a little different animal because their parking fee is $1.50 an hour, so that's kind of interesting. Bethany Beach mimics our same May 15th to September 15th days, as does Dewey Beach. And Dewey Beach and parking rates are $2.50 Monday through Wednesday and $3 Thursday through Sunday, et cetera. So if you can get a copy of that will detail some of that. Is there any further discussion? Does anybody want to further add any? If you can do it in 1 minute, 1 minute.
Okay. Suzanne Good.
1 minute.
1 Grove Street. We are the biggest draw. So we should lead. I don't know why we even worry about, although Lewis, for instance, is still going to be charging this weekend. So guess what? Anyone with any sense, and social media informs them of where to go, will come to Rehoboth this weekend. I bet that Lewis Beach parking lot will be nearly bereft of vehicles this weekend because they still have to pay there, and it's free for all in Rehoboth. Mm-hmm. So I've heard a lot of comparison to Dewey and Lewis and Bethany, and I actually went online and figured, this was back in late 2021, I saw all the various seasons and rates in those cities. I don't know why we give it a huge amount of thought, because we are a much more attractive, alluring resort, in my view. I mean, I'm familiar with Bethany, Dewey, and the town of Lewis. So to me, that's not, I wouldn't worry about those towns too much.
Thank you, Suzanne. I think there's value in knowing what others do because you may want to be higher than them. So I don't buy into that argument too much. Again, we'll handle that fourth bullet at a future meeting. If there's no further conversation about parking and the public doesn't want to say anything, nope. We'll go to commissioner announcements. I would just like to say, Commissioner Susan Gay isn't here, obviously. And I think on behalf of all of us, I want to thank her. We do have a plaque coming for her at some point. And I wanted to compliment the city manager who I would like to compliment his personnel for their tree response. A lot of workers came in on their day off and put in exceptional hours, and they did a great, great job. Are there any other commissioner announcements or comments?
Just a couple things, if I may. Are we still on schedule for the workshop to have an end-of-season report?
Yes, yes. I'm looking at the workshop, see whether it's the workshop or the regular meeting, but it will be in October.
And what departments are going to report for that?
We've got the police, and they'll focus on noise, et cetera. We've got I've got to get a hold of Carol Everhart so we can get a report on the Delaware Avenue information kiosk. We've got the beach patrol. We've got the parking department, and whatever else I might have missed.
Streets,
Public Works, yeah.
Public Works, and building and licensing.
Sure.
Also, based on earlier discussions today, we have talked about this before, but have not made much progress on if you will, a grants administration aspect here that I know Evan has been very involved with in gaining grants for the past years, and that was one of his prime responsibilities. But I think that going out to by private individual citizens to gain grants for the city is just certainly nice to have the money, but I think that we need to be in control of those solicitation efforts and what we need to do.
Yeah,
so if there is a way
absolutely.
working forward to establish, with and inform the committees, whether they be a formal committee of the city or a volunteer committee of the city, that the city needs to lead on that. The grant comes back to the city. We have to administer the money. So again, to be as part of the progress as opposed to here's a great present for you and it's wonderful to accept that money. But I think we need to have a leading role in that grants aspect. And I don't know if that makes it problematic for you in obtaining other grants or if it really matters, but I would just like to address that.
No, but does that include, we've got citizens and others that have kind of interfered in the grant process. Is that?
Well, I think it comes down to that we don't have any policy or procedure on how that moves forward.
Yeah.
And, and instructing the committees of what their roles and responsibilities are, and what they could be doing or should be doing, and, personal relationships building up with senators and representatives and all that's great, but I think that energy needs to be channeled through the city. Just my personal opinion, and it makes us look more professional.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And that was certainly something I had a conversation with Dick Byrne about, especially in regards to...
No names.
Well, especially in regards to CTF funds. I mean, those are primarily the fund sources that we were talking about. And those require a very formal process that has to be followed because it is the state of Delaware, and there's guidelines that we need to follow for the Division of Revenue. So that has been my request, and I would say that if there's anyone, at least from the commission or committees, who are interested in pursuing CTF funds, that they please contact me because I need to be made aware and follow the appropriate process. So.
Very good. Anybody else comments, announcements? If not, review future meeting dates. We have a city manager search meeting September 23rd, 9 a.m. We'll have an executive session. No action expected to be taken in public session. We have a meeting September 27th, which is a special meeting focusing on offshore wind. We got 8 agencies coming, and there'll be a press release going out this coming week. Starts at 9 a.m. We have a second city manager search meeting on Wednesday, September 28th, beginning at 9 a.m. It also will have an executive session in it, and no action is expected to be taken in the public session. Lastly, our next workshop meeting is October 11th. That's a Tuesday because of Columbus Day on October 10th, and the city's closed, correct? So that is our next, then we go back to our regular meeting on a regular schedule. Is there any citizen comment? Say, what's that adjective? Quick? Go ahead.
I know Suzanne Good, 1 Grove Street. I know it's late, but in the context of the February 2022 meeting, would you, Mayor Mills, be willing to ask each of your colleagues on the board to at least inform the public where you stand? I mean, we know Commissioner Bennett actually threw out $5 an hour, which I'm not necessarily in favor of, though I think the $3 is sufficient. But so we could have some background, I'm just very concerned about this idea we're going to hire both a traffic and a parking consultant. I think anyone who lives in the town year-round, as many of us do, could give you the basic constraints and parameters of a lot of the parking and traffic issues. So I think that would be money not well spent. So anyway, if you're willing to, I'd love to hear, I think a lot of the members of the public would love to hear, since we were told something in February of 2022 that sort of implied this was on the table to get straightened out for the summer of 2023, where each of you stands. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. With that, we'll adjourn this meeting at 6:19. Thank you very much. Productive meeting. Appreciate you being here.